Everybody loved him. Hundreds of people would be by the courthouse, and he, put up his finger to the government, and that's it. This man is dying, and you still have him in solitary confinement. He was tied, his feet to the bed, and his hands were tied to the bed. People want to question if my father was weak or tough. He had a severe kidney infection. He was sick. He didn't get to see a doctor. By the time he got off the bus, he was covered in blood. If there was ever a time to become a rat or something, it would have been then. No, instead he fought 5 trials. Eli has never had any conversation with my father. You lie about my son? Like, this is how sick they are. I defend my family. I think I do a pretty good job of defending my family. But other people defend my family also. I don't ask them to do it, but they do. Hello, everybody. How is everyone tonight? Let me say hello to you, and then I will speak my mind. Hello, Karen. Hi, Gianni. Thank you very much, Gianni. Hello, Kremel, Tina Orlando. Hi, Teresa Murphy. How are you, Teresa? Hello to Edward, Tina Orlando, Mike Wall, Cheryl the Regulator, Minnie the Moocha, Better Call Paul. How are you? Angel's daughter also streams on Twitch. Stop by. He going live later. No, my daughter does not stream on Twitch. My son does, but not my daughter. Hello, Kemi Gruthenthal. Hello, Amber Channel. How are you, Amber? How are you? Hello, Jane Perry. Hello to Yankees for Life. How are you, Yankees? Hello, Keeping It Real. Hello, Deadly 30. My neighbors are having a party and it's so loud. So if you hear it, it's them. Hello, Paul. How are you? Hello, Peter. How are you, Peter? Hello, David. Mary Patterson. Finn Freak. How are you? Hello, DJ Never No Mind. How are you? Hello, Aegon Targaryen. And hello to my little chickie. My little Chucky, I mean. How are you, my darling? Hello, Zio Lesso. Hello, Victoria Young. Pilato. How are you? Tracy T. Hello, Edwin. How are you, Edwin? How are you? Hello to Becky O. Hello, Mandy. Hi, Bill Jordan. Let's see. Oh, the thing is jumping on me. Tim and NC, how are you? Keith Whitey, how are you? Witty, how are you? Fly Me to the Moon, Gerard, how are you? Okay. I was doing something totally different today. I had this whole thing planned. It was going to be a whole fun thing, whole fun show. I had all this thing. And then I watched Josie's video today. And I thought Josie had it was great. I loved it. But then something happened. And so this is going to go in a different direction now. Hello, Arlene. First, I want to play some of Josie's video, okay? Josie says it's quite all right that I do. So I'm going to play some of Josie's video and then I'm going to play some other stuff, okay? Hold on 1 second. I'm going to mute myself.
It's been a labor of love, if you will. I've still got a little bit to do. I mean, it's in editing, and they send me back stuff and I have to send it back and rewrite stuff here and there. So it is a process, but I'm hoping to knock this out real soon. So you get it real soon. I hope you will enjoy it when you do get it. And like I said, I will be giving some free copies away to the creators on this side. Everybody is in it, virtually everybody. And so, and it's going to bring to light really, the abuse that these men are doing to the women on here, Angel, Gotti, Marla, myself, NB, and it's not, for me and NB, it's slightly different because, we are creators and we have, gone after certain people on here, but the punishment doesn't fit the crime when it comes to, dog whistling, to have men come to our house, to be threatened on here. They're going to beat us up. They're going to do this. They're going to do that. That's kind of takes it to a different level, in my opinion. Yes, we're going to get some crap back. And, I, for one, I can only speak for myself. I mean, I expect it. I do get up here and talk crap. So, well, it's not crap, but, I say what I think. And not everyone's going to agree with me all the time. And I think that's fair enough. But then when you take it to calling people's jobs, trying to get people fired, coming to their house, especially women. This is men threatening women, and so I couldn't believe my ears, actually. I was sent a clip of, in fact, I think I shall call him Drogato, Grasso e Calvo, DGC, actually said that he has never threatened a woman on here. He's never wished them death. He hasn't threatened, not threatened, but hope they die in a fiery crash. I think he said that about Angel one time. He was going to slap their hair off of Marla's head and mine, I guess, spit in our faces, slap me, whatever. There is video after video after video of him actually doing that and saying those things. Not just him, but we'll get to the other one in a minute. But there's video after video of that. So how you can swear on, I'm assuming right now he's blind, but I still see the channel up because I'm pretty sure people sent him the videos of him doing this. I mean, there's hundreds, there has to be hundreds of videos of him, berating women. I mean, there's a video that I have actually where he targets black women. He said he especially doesn't like black women, I guess because, they answer back, maybe that's what he means. I don't know, but there's a video of him saying that. I have that video in my library. So, for him to actually get up there and say that was astonishing. BK Shaolin, I think did a great job in that clip. I'm not sure if Assassino put it up or somebody put up a clip of him and BK Shaolin, and I honestly thought BK Shaolin conducted himself wonderfully. We know he flies off the handle and loses his temper, as I do. I almost feel like the female version of him, but I don't pull up. I mean, it's not like I'm going to be pulling up anywhere or meeting people. No, but I thought he handled that interview. Well, it wasn't an interview. What was it? A discussion. Very well. And as always, he gets kicked off. When he gets the better of him, and then. Then you've got to bring two lunatics. One had no teeth, talking about meet me here, meet me there tomorrow. I'm going to say, I mean, oh my God, it was just classic DGC, because whenever he gets cornered, then he has to have other people, come on. But I think, BK, you did a great job on that. You kept your cool. You talked, about stuff that is actually out there. I don't understand. The channel should be down if you can take his word, which clearly you can't. But anyway, they're so funny. But to say that he has never threatened women or threatened to do anything to any of us is almost like me saying, I've never cussed or swore on here. No, I haven't. Never. I've never. I swear on the locker of Davy Jones, I've never sworn on here. Show me the proof. Send me the videos. It's like me saying that, literally. So, I mean, it is what it is. It's going to become a lot bigger than it is right now here very, very soon. And, we'll see what happens. Now, and as a woman, no woman deserves to be raped and beaten. I don't care what they did, and for a grown 60-year-old man to sit up here and crow about it. See, here's what I don't understand. When I was on Angel's show and we were talking about Shanna and her rape that she actually put on YouTube herself. She talked about it on her own channel, and we have the clips of that. If you want to see that again, she did. And, and I also did a show where I showed you why I thought what I thought at the time. I showed it. So, DCG, or DGC actually, was so irate about that. Oh, they were making a joke about her. They were laughing about her. Yet you condone Harambe, even though, okay, you can say, well, it's not my relative. It's nothing to do with me. It's still a woman that he's talking about that he raped, actually, and beat, and was convicted of that. Okay. I think he pled to it or something like that. It was something like that. But it all adds up to the same thing. When your wife had gone through that, how do you two, and then you're down there visiting him, kikiing it up. This is, I don't understand, but hey, to each his own. To each his own. Do you, But Rob, I think I think first of all, Harambe, you messed with the wrong one when you messed with him. Okay. I don't know. I just think you totally messed up right there. And Rob, let us know when these t-shirts are out. I will definitely be wearing the face of violence against women. Absolutely. And pretty soon it's going to blow up here pretty soon anyway. I have a very big interview coming up with somebody else. It's not actually, I'm not interviewing someone, they're interviewing me. Okay. Me and another person. And it's going to be quite big, and hopefully it coincides with the release of the book. So we'll see what happens. But I did want to just mention that, and
Okay. I will be that other person. Okay. Josie, I will definitely be that other person that does that interview with you. I'm going to get back to the funny part of Josie's stream today, which made me spit out my coffee. But right now, I'm not in a joking kind of mood. So hold on. I want to share something else. We've all heard this already, but obviously, for the new person that's watching this right now, I'm going to show you. So hold on. Oh, I got my phone on.
Please. I would slap you in your fucking mouth and spit in your face, you cunt, whore, slut, fucking pig. Okay, I would slap the shit out of you. I put you in your fucking place, for real. Please. I would slap you in your fucking mouth and spit in your face, you cunt, whore, slut, fucking pig. Okay, I would slap the shit out of you.
Okay, I'm not done yet. Let me get this comment off. I'm going to mute.
Bitch actually thinks I'm scared. You threaten me, Marlon. I swear to fucking God, it'll be the last mistake you ever make. How about that? I promise you that. Make a fucking threat, stupid. Go ahead and bring your bitch ass friends and whoever the fuck you want with you. You know where I live. Show up, bitch. Show up. I'll slap the fucking hair right off your head if you even have any.
Now, Marlon never threatened him. But let's go on.
Okay? And everybody who's with you, every punk motherfucker you bring with you will get their ass handed to them. I guarantee it. Bring some people. Show up. See the pack of fucking wolves I got with me, the fucking goons.
Now, we all know the goons he's talking about, right? Everybody knows which goons he's talking about.
That you're all of a sudden surrounded by. And see what comes of it. Okay? And I'll say this to any man on here as well. But this lousy bitch, see, we have a fucking problem. I don't know if it's in other countries too, but in this country, you get this from women, especially black women.
Especially black women, okay? But he's not racist or anything like that. You know,
they think they're fucking tough. You ain't tough. You ain't beating no man. Any man would whoop your fucking ass, leave you in the street, and you know it. So don't raise your voice and don't act tough with me, slut. Don't do
it. You know, every time I watch this, it surprises me more and more and more.
Don't do it.
And this is what YouTube allows. YouTube allows all of this.
You better look into my fucking history. Forget my criminal. I'll stop at nothing. You keep fucking with me. I can't stand bitches. I can't stand bitches who think they're fucking tough. You guys already know I have a fucking problem with women.
How shocking is that? He has a problem with women.
I'll be the first to say it. I already don't trust you motherfuckers. So when one of you makes a fucking threat, listen, a man would have a better chance threatening me and getting away with it.
Now that's normal, right? A man would have a better chance of getting away with it than a woman.
Because I can't stand you motherfuckers. And just for you getting loud with me and thinking you can talk to me however you want, it makes me want to prove a fucking point to you so fucking bad. I'm not the fucking one. I don't let a man talk to me however he wants. But a woman, know your fucking place, bitch. Know your place. You ain't getting loud with me. You ain't getting smart with me. And you certainly ain't threatening.
Okay. Let me just say this too. This other guy in Florida, already said that he knows where I live and he knows what cars I drive. This is someone who has crimes against women, who he's a predator with a rap sheet longer than my arm. His crimes against women, he supposedly did 20 years for, okay? And this, I'm going to play this because this needs to be documented. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to play this so everybody can hear it.
Some evidence that Angel Gotti ain't all that. Angel Gotti really ain't got no money. You know, she ain't got no house under her name or anything like that. I'm going to tell you guys what type of car she drives. I love this. I love this. You know what I mean? But I was born for this, wasn't I? Oh, shit. But anyway, I just want to let you guys know. What else I was going to...
Okay, now here's the thing. Freaking Florida, sexual predator. My children drive some of those cars, okay? Some of the cars that you read off, those were cars that were my children's. because I got it like that at the time. I was putting all the cars in my name. In fact, I still do that because I can do that. You read off what kind of cars that I have now and that my daughter drives, you will regret it. You understand? You're going to regret it. I'm not threatening you with physical harm, but I'm promising you, I'm bringing attention to what's going on here. And fat bully snitch, you making fun of me for having law enforcement friends, giving me their opinions and advice, just because of who my dad is disgusting. Just like you minimizing a woman or women being beaten with sticks, you minimize that. So like I said, I will gladly do the interview with you, Josie, because enough is enough already. YouTube allows this to go on every day. And men cyber stalking, bullying women, calling them derogatory names, lies, threats, etc. And people need to be aware of it. So I will definitely do that with you, Josie. And here's a challenge to Fat Bully. Here's a challenge to you, Bully. First, I want to say, do you know how many people I know in Howard Beach? Do you know how long my family's been in Howard Beach? 48 years. 48 years. You supposedly know people that told you that I had people beaten up and chased from Howard Beach because I'm allegedly this spoiled brat. My challenge to you is name one person that I ever had beat up or chased. Just one person that I did this to. I don't think that you're going to come up with anybody, but just come up with one person that I supposedly had beat up or chased in Howard Beach. Show the proof, and especially by gangsters. Supposedly I had people beat up because I was a spoiled brat and I couldn't take anybody doing anything. You don't even make sense. But name the one person that I had beat up or chased in Howard Beach or any area, any part of this world. Name that one person that I supposedly did this to or had other people do this to. And also show the proof that I ever gave you a choice to pick between Calandra and me. Show that proof. I want to see the proof where I said you either choose Calandra or me. You can't do that because you don't have it. You turned into a master liar. That's what you are. You're a master liar. Now, I'll tell you one thing. When I do my shows, when we're on here, some nights there are a lot of people. Some nights there aren't. But you know what we do every single night? It's always something different. We have fun. We have lots of fun on here. Something that I don't see, or you never had fun on your show. Your show has always been about putting people down. Always. If you're not talking about me or MRE, or Josie, or MB, or Joe, or Tony Pizza, you don't have any content. You have no, or Lee Cole. How can I leave out Lee Cole and Danny Trio? You have no content whatsoever. See, I can do something on here and do something different every single night. We play Jeopardy, we play games, we play trivia. We do a whole bunch of crap on here. I have people come on here and we laugh and we just talk about nothing. That's what I do. Not every single show is about you. You shouldn't flatter yourself. And you lying that you never threatened or called women dirty names or derogatory names. It's just that. It's a lie. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows that about you. So I'm going to say this again. I'm going to say this also. Last night I watched MRE's show that he did last night. I think it was last night. And I remembered something, and I remember the physical threats that were made by your informant friend. Okay, those threats were, well, MRE showed them last night. He showed them. It reminded me of the whole thing with the whole pizza, Tony Pizza. Okay. You and that guy in Florida, the freak, you talk about him being so racist, and he's this and he's that, and 9/11. Oh my God, the comments 9/11. But you know what you forget to tell everybody, you and the freaking Florida, you all had him back on your shows after all those comments were made about 9/11. You welcomed him back in. You took him back with open arms. You even gave him money. You gave him $100. You were supposed to split 12 with him, but you only ended up giving him the 100. But you all let him back on. That's so funny. And I see Calandra's sister said that A-Light and her brother knew Tommy Karate. Well. See, Miss whatever your name is, see this right here? That's a letter from Tommy Patera, I'm sorry. And in this letter, this is from 4 years ago. In that letter, he says he never met John A-Light. And in fact, he's telling the person who he sent this to, which was Mob Talk Radio, that to go check out the JohnELightFacts.com. Because somebody was sending him every time John A-Light Facts, a new fact went up, somebody was printing it out and sending it to Tommy Patera, because he actually got a kick out of JohnALightFacts.com. So there's the letter, there's his signature. There he is in this letter saying he never met A-Light ever. So much for that. So if people will lie that Tommy Patera met John A-Light, I guess they'll lie that he met someone else too. I guess they'll lie about anything, right? There's the proof, though. And let me tell you something else. I didn't play Josie's whole video because I want people to go and watch it so she'll get the views for it. But inside of that, Josie goes on to explain how now they want Angela and Teresa Murphy's information. Now, why would you want Angela and Teresa Murphy's information? Why do you need Angela and Teresa Murphy's information? Like, what is that about? What do you need it for? What do you want to do to them? Why do you need to have Angela and Teresa Murphy's information? What has Teresa Murphy done? What has Angela done? They're not allowed to have an opinion that they don't like you? Is that a problem? Or is it just that they're two women? They're more women. Like, you don't like women who stand up and defend other women. So what? You want their information for what reason do you want their information? Like what? You won't even give us or give anybody Common Sense's information. Why doesn't Common Sense show his face and give his info? What do you want two women's info for? Because they have an opinion? They're not allowed to have an opinion? They're not allowed to defend their other friends? They're not allowed to defend their friends. Why do you want Angela and Teresa Murphy's information for? Oh, is it because you want to tell everybody what kind of cars they drive? Or what their houses are? First of all, you don't have any of my information. You've got old shit from 2015, 16, whatever it is. But I'll tell you this, try posting the car that my daughter drives and watch what happens. Just try it. Now, I'm going to get in a better mood and play the part of Josie's interview that while I was drinking my coffee, I actually spit it out. I've never seen men attack women like this, completely crazy. 100% right. And you're John Gotti's granddaughter, and you've never seen men attack women like this, have you, little Chucky? Have you? We were raised by gangsters, a gangster, and we've never seen behavior like this, right? Because you've never seen it, because we don't know people like that. Now, let me get to Josie's, where's it at? Hold on. I lost my little paper. Hold on. And this will now put me in a better mood, too, because she was funny. She blindsided me with this one. I cracked up. I was drinking my coffee, and that wasn't too good to do. Hold on. While you're listening to Josie and this favor she wants of me.
Now then, did I just? So the title of this particular video is Angel Gotti, I Need a Favor. Now, the clip that Assassino had up, apparently, Angel, Rob Convict Inc. is doing all of this because you can get him into the movies. You can, I guess you've got Hollywood connections or something, but Rob's doing this, according to Harambe, because he wants you to get him into the movies. So if that's the case, now, Angel, I consider you a friend now, I really do. We didn't get off to a good start, true enough. Anyway, but I need you to do me a favor. Now, there's a big movie coming up, starring Brad Pitt. Mark Wahlberg's in it. All these cute guys that I like. And so I applied for the lead role, and I went straight to the director. I applied to the director, and he told me no. Well, I also heard that on a Sunday, we can ask you anything and you have to grant it. So I know I'm doing this on a Saturday, but if you could watch it tomorrow and grant my request, that would be great. Anyway, so as I was saying, the director told me no, right? If I could only get this part, Angel, because not only, it could blow me up. I mean, my God, I need this part. And I was wondering if you could possibly maybe have a word with this director, okay? Or get someone to have a word with him. In fact, you know what I thought, Angel? I know that, you know, JC's not your favorite guy, but he's been consigliere. He's really the Mob 2 consigliere. He's been consigliere to Lee, several people on here. And I thought maybe you could send him as consigliere to speak to this director to give me this part. And if he still says no, you know, JC's pretty good at talking now, you know, that's another thing. So, you know, for me, if you would maybe use JC as your consigliere, send him down to California. He's already, well, actually, no, take that back. He's already in California. So he doesn't have to go, you know. Have him go talk to the director so that I can get this part in this movie. And if he says no, maybe you could put a horse's head in his bed or something like that. I've seen that happen somewhere, and the guy got the part in the movie. So if you could do that for me, I would be so grateful. Anyway, guys, that's it for me.
Now that was funny. That was very funny. I have to say, Josie, thank you so much for that. I want to just, the award that I am giving out tonight is to the idiot who said that, that's the idiot in Florida, I believe, who said that Rob Rosso, I'm sorry, Convict Inc. is only doing this because I can get him into Hollywood. So this is your award. You're going to be the first recipient of this award. There it is. It's the stupidest comment of the day award. And that is a golden turd. That's for you. Enjoy. And if you don't know what a turd is, it's a piece of shit dipped in gold. That's your present. And in other news, today I was running around like crazy all day because little Chucky's birthday is this week, but she will be in the hospital. So I am going to have something for her tomorrow. And so I ended up going to making sure that I have plenty of bananas. See, I've got my bananas, fat bully. Did you get yours? Now, I would much rather be a banana than be like you, a pineapple. Bananas make you happy. The pineapple doesn't look too happy. It's a liberal. So hello, everybody. How is everyone tonight? Sorry I didn't get to say hello to everyone. I'm in a much better mood now. Let me say hello to some people. Let me Hi, Becky O. How are you? What was on that kid's head? Eat more bananas. Knock, knock. You can't come in. Oh, look at that. Bexy Jimmy. Ooh. If you eat pineapple a week before surgery, you will heal faster. Nah, eat the bananas. Bananas give you a better. They cheer you up. They make you less irritable, and let me go back and say hello to everybody. Is Danny Trio here? Hello, Danny Trio. How are you, Danny? Let me go back and just say hello. Hello, American Maid. How are you? Where I come from, men don't talk to women like that. No, they do not. Where I come from, they don't talk to them either like that. Karen, they know if they attack men, they will lose. Not all women will let them win. Sick, and so are the women with them, 100%. Only a coward threatens a woman. You're right, Mike Wall. Hello, Richie. How are you? They're not real men. They're cowards. Exactly. Not in my life. Men always respected women. That's normal, people. Hello, Gravesend. Oh, no, don't. At the back of a city bus. No, they're not men. Exactly. This is none of my. This is why none of my actual cars are in my name or actual homes, all under businesses. Yeah, for some reason they're insisting on saying that I'm broke. Okay, I'll tell you one thing. I never drove a Mercedes in my life, and I never felt the need to have to do those kind of things, like get fancy cars and like pretentious and all that. That's not me. It never was. It never will be. I will tell you this. I told everybody that my car is due back, or was due back on what was it, in October. But I love it so much, and it's 20,000 miles under what it's supposed to be. So I'm going to buy it back. What they explained to me is I have so much equity in that car now that that it's worth more than the price of the buyback. So I'm definitely going to buy it back, or I can bring it back and get another car with no money down, no nothing, because I have a lot of equity in the car, and because it's so under mileage, it's under the mileage. I think I was allowed 12,000 a year, and meanwhile, it's my car only has 14,000 miles on it. So. But then again, I have 2 other cars in my name. So I am going to definitely buy this one back because it's definitely worth the money. So I'm not a pretentious little spoiled brat. One says I'm poor and broke. The other one says I'm a spoiled brat who, always has to have my way, and I need this and I need that. No, I've never been that, and you know damn well I've never been that. And everybody knows I've never been that, and especially the people in Howard Beach. Because like I said, 48 years we lived there. 48 years we know everybody there. And I doubt that you will find one person in Howard Beach who would say that I am a spoiled brat who thinks that my shit doesn't stink, and that, I had anybody beaten up or chased. Any person ever. I've never had that done, ever. But like I said, put up or shut up. Put up your proof of that I did this to somebody. And then put up the proof where I told you that you had to choose between me and Jimmy Calandra. I can't wait to see that proof. But now, What's going on? I'm going to drop the link. Uh-oh, wrong thing. Hold on. Hold on. I'm going to drop the link. Okay. So now, who wants to come on? Chicky, you coming on? Or, let's see. Mahler, are you here? Richie says they're not real men, they're cowards. Uh-huh. True. Because only oh, look who's here. Uh-huh. True. Hello. Because only hello. True. I don't think that's really Josie. Josie, is that you? Hello? Hello? Josie? It's not Josie. Let's see. Only a coward threatens women. Karen says they know if they attack men, they will lose. Oh, I think I read this one already. Okay. Okay. No, they aren't men at all. Kim says, I have seen it happen too many times, sadly. Oh, maybe this is Josie. Hold on. Hello, Josie.
Hello, my darling. How are you?
It really is you. I am so happy to see you.
Yeah, I tried to get in and I don't know what I did, but anyway, yeah. Oh. I'm gonna call you tomorrow, darling. I need a favor.
Oh, yes. Tomorrow's Sunday. Holy Sunday.
Oh my God. You know, when I heard that, I was like, what?
Now, who was it that actually said that again?
Harambe. And
okay, all right.
Before we even go there, listen, I want to explain something. So I've been getting a lot of flack for calling him Harambe. They think, oh, it's a racial thing. No. Now, I know MRE started the Harambe thing, and I picked up with that, but it has nothing to do with race.
No, you know why, right? Look, because he was jumping up and down with a banana in his hand.
Thank you. And it wasn't just that, Angel. You know, I mean, my dad was as black as the ace of spades. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and, you know, there was no racial connotation to it. It's that he jumps around. And in actual fact, you know, I wouldn't call him an ape. I would say more an orangutan, the way he jumps around and acts the fool. You know what I mean? And so here's the thing. You can't say anything nowadays without it being it's racial, it's this, it's that. No, has nothing to do with race. Okay, when I call him a Harambe, it's because he jumps around like a fucking gorilla, you know, ape, whatever it is. You know, he carries on like an ape. You know, people listen. They say that you know, we're evolved from apes. Well, I don't think he finished evolving. Let me put it that way. It has nothing to do with race or any of that. I call him that because that's how he acts. Go look at his videos. Go look at his videos and get back to me. That's all I got to say. But it has nothing to do with race. I don't see color, Angel. I'm mixed. My mother's white. My father's black. I mean, I got on MRE a little bit today, you know, about the Karen thing. And it's not race. I don't think about race when I say something. You know what I mean? So I just want to make that clear to everyone watching, or you saw my show earlier. It's not about race. I call him Harambe because he acts like a freaking ape. And as MRE says, he puts the ape in rape. Okay, that's it. Now.
No, I don't know who you got flack from about that. I mean,
Well, no, in my comments, stop calling him Harambe. I take offense to the Harambe thing. And I get it. Well, no, I don't get it. I'm not coming from a racial standpoint. It's not about race. I'm black. My father's black as tar. What are you talking about?
exactly.
You know what I mean? It's not about that. He's acting like a freaking orangutan to me. I would have said another species. MRE said Harambe the ape, the gorilla.
Right.
Yeah, he's acting like that. Yeah, he is. Where he jumps around. Remember when, well, you probably didn't watch it, but I saw it. He's jumping around, grabbing his crotch, grabbing bananas.
No, I actually saw that. That
okay.
was probably the only show that I ever watched of his. It was, I think that's the show where he started grabbing himself. He was screaming, jumping with the banana. It was with MRE. It was over MRE saying something about he
went berserk.
I don't remember. Yeah, that was the only time I never watched him again after that. Never.
Yeah, well, that was the show. So, when I call him Harambe, that's what I mean by that. It's not a racial thing. How am I going to sit here, being racial? I'm black myself. It's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
So there you go. But when I heard him say that Rob, no, actually, he said you were trying to get him in the movies, and he said, you think that woman's going to make you rich? Like, you're going to make other people rich by us talking to you.
That's so odd.
I was like, what? And so the Godfather sprang to mind, and I thought, okay, well, if you can do all that,
my God,
get old Josie down there and sort me out, make him an offer he can't refuse.
I laughed so hard. I was cracking up. I said, "Oh my God, she could have given me a warning." I was drinking my coffee, and I'm like, "What favor does she need from me?" I'm like, "Why didn't she just call me? What the heck?" And then when you did that, I laughed so hard. I go, "I'm killing her. I'm killing her. She just made me spit my coffee."
Well, it came to me because I thought, what the hell is he talking about? And then I thought, oh, I remember that scene in The Godfather, when was it? I forget the guy's name, the singer, I guess he was Frank Sinatra, really, where he comes and asks,
Tony Fontaine.
Yeah. And he's saying, I need the part, and then the Godfather slaps him. So stop it.
Oh, yeah.
That sprang into my mind.
Yeah.
Thought, okay, well, I'm going to ask, Donna Gotti.
You know what? I said I'm going to do this whole show. I'm going to get the bananas and the pineapple and the award and this and that. And then, and then I saw, I heard what he said about, once again, putting my info out about the cars that I drive.
Yes.
This isn't even a joke anymore. This is really disgusting between the two of them. With the bullying every single day, every day. It never ends. It doesn't stop.
And you see, when he said that about your cars and where you live and la la la, it changes the whole thing for me. You know what I mean? And the thing with Angela and Teresa Murphy, they're picking on people, especially with Angela. She's just your friend, and they want to know where she lives, what she does. Why? Teresa Murphy again. Why are you going after, it's women again? For what reason? For what purpose? And enough is enough of that crap, and they're all going to see, though, I can talk about it, but I'm going to show you all, what's going to happen here. Because at the end of the day, like I said, me and MB, you're a creator also, but you're different. You have never done anything or said anything to warrant what you've had thrown at you. Me and MD, maybe we did a bit, because we have gone after him. I have cussed him out. I have, done all this. So yeah, I expect some flack back. But when it comes to come into your house to hurt us, to physically hurt us, do whatever they said about MB, I believe. They said go there, do what you want. No. That's where you draw the line now.
No, exactly. And I've never done that. Like exactly what you just said. That's not what he said, and that's not what he tells his cult following there. He tells them that I've done all these horrible things to him. I've never done any of these things. I threatened his kids. I gave out pictures of his daughter. I mean, this is really crazy now. It's really sick. And then you have I have to have this freaking Florida, this predator, this person with a rap sheet longer than my brother and fathers and uncles combined.
Yeah, but what's funny about that rap sheet?
My car's out? Are you kidding me?
No, but I saw a thumbnail that he put up today. I don't watch him at all, but I saw the thumbnail and it said something about Convict Inc. Stood guard while somebody was getting raped in prison. Well, let me tell you something, Harambe. And I'm going to continue to use Harambe. Let me tell you about prison. Not that I've personally been in there and you claim to have been in there for some supermax, whatever, which is a load of crap, by the way. You were in a regular prison. But prison life and outside life is a whole different thing. Now, if I'm in prison, Angel, and something's happening to another inmate, and you've got these burly old inmates doing whatever. What was Rob supposed to do? Run in there, say, "Hey, stop!" No. You know what I mean? Prison life and outside life is a whole different thing. Now, what Rob said was something was going on. He was aware of it, but what is he supposed to do about it? He's in prison. You've got all these burly men, running. I mean, he'd have been dead if he tried to do anything. You know what I mean? It's a whole different situation. And trust me, if Harambe, now he acts like he was in prison, and he was bossing everybody around and he was doing this and that. Have you seen the size and the state of him? No. That wouldn't have happened. He would have done the same thing. So he needs to shut the hell up.
Yeah, I agree.
That's how I feel about that. Prison life and civilian life is a totally different scenario, and Rob did say, he heard that going on. What is he supposed to do? He's supposed to run in there and stop. He's one man against all these burly prison guys. Are you kidding me? No, I would have sat there too. What you gonna do?
Here's the thing: is that I don't know how they put Rob on a side, because I don't see Rob as Convict Inc. I don't see him as being on any side, this side or that side.
No.
I see him in the middle. He says and does what he wants. He watches what he wants. I don't have like a relationship with Rob, you know, like with Rob. I'm going to call him Rob, whatever. I don't have I'll text him or I'll email him, you know, when are you going to come on? Or, you know, did you see this? I sent him a chapter from my brother's book. That's it. That's it. I didn't ask him to do anything for me. He doesn't ask me to do anything for him. I did once tell him, you know, whatever you need, I'm in. I'll help you. You know, not like that I need him to fight my battles or anything. I don't need anybody to fight my battles.
No, but you know, with him, he is very much his own person. You know, he'll like he says, he hears them out. You know, he'll go over there and talk to them and hear them out. You know, it's them that have put him in a box. You know, and he's not really in a box. He's not a box person. And so, like he says, you know, he's not on one side and he's not on any side. He just tells you his perspective.
Yeah.
You know? And that's how I look at him. Yeah. I don't think that. There are times when I think, oh, why did he do that? Why did, you know, simply because of my own thing, and we all do that at times, but you know, I feel like no, he's very much his own person. He does and says what he wants to do, and you know, that's what it is. And unfortunately for some people on here, you know, he brought up some crap that basically has done him in, you know, essentially. You know, what he did to Jimmy Calandra, as we see, you know, in his live now, it went from 400 to 108. You know, he did some damage there. And that's why I'm saying, you know, Harambe was poking the wrong bear. And I believe Harambe to be the face of violence against women. Absolutely, I do, 100. And I'll be the first with the T-shirt, Rob. Okay, so let's.
That's what I told him too. I'm definitely gonna get some of those T-shirts, especially if from the freaking Florida. I'll wear those T-shirts.
Yeah.
You said that. I said I would, because my friend just texted me. I said I would dissect him. I don't even know how to. I never used that word. He said Angel said she's going to dissect me. I never said that word ever.
Wait a minute, dissect who?
Harambe guy.
You're dissecting him.
I'm going to dissect. I once said I'm going to dissect him. I never said that. That's the furthest word from my vocabulary.
Listen, that man is not important enough to dissect.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Who wants to dissect him? Who cares? Nobody really cares about that guy. You know, we really don't. It's just that, you know, he pokes and he pokes and he pokes. And so you have to address him at some point. But to me, you know, he's totally irrelevant. I believe him to be a rapist and a woman beater. And that's that. You know, now he can sit up there and switch it around. Well, this happened, that happened. It was a second-degree assault. Oh, I did this or I did. No. You know, we know what you went to prison for, and that's good enough for me. You know, and earlier, I want to clear this up earlier. You know, some of my commenters said that I said that he admitted to raping the woman. That is not what I said. I didn't say he admitted to anything. He was sitting on his show. He was crowing about beating her with the pool stick, blah, blah, blah. But we all know what happened prior to him beating her with the pool stick. Okay? Now, whether it happened in that moment, obviously not. They're in a pool hall or whatever. So whatever took place before that, you know, and that's why he was charged with that. Okay? I didn't say that he admitted to it. Of course, he's not a moron. He's not going to sit up here and admit, you know, yeah, I raped her. Ha, ha, ha. No, that's not what he said. You know, what he admitted to was beating her with the pool stick and why and blah, blah, blah. And he left out the rape part. I'm bringing in the rape part because he raped that woman. Okay? Now.
Becky O, they already did that. They've already done that.
What is porn bomb? What is
In
that?
other words, they put my face on a degenerate.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It's in my lawsuit.
Yeah, that's gonna happen, you know. And then, hey, whatever, you know. He's a rapist, and I'm sticking with that. You know, I hate this second degree assault, this, that, you know, where they try and pretty it up.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
don't pretty it up. It is what it is, you know, and the man is a rapist, a woman abuser, a woman beater, and you know, that's it. And I'm sticking with that, and I don't give a shit what anyone else has to say about it. That's what I see. That's what, you know, Chicago Muscle put his paperwork up there. I read it. And
so did I.
Yeah, it was there. So it's not like we pulled it out of our ass. You know what I mean? The Chicago Muscle, thank you. He put that up there. Because prior to that, when I go down to Florida quite frequently, and prior to that, before I knew all this crap, I had said, "Oh, I'm coming down there. I'll interview you and Nikki Blade," not knowing that he's like this crazy freaking sex fiend. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. I remember that. I remember.
Yeah, remember? So, you know, but I didn't know that. But now the Chicago Muscle brought that to light. He put the paperwork where you could read it. So unless we're crazy, I'm looking at what he put up. And yeah, they prettied it up, but basically the man is a rapist.
I have never once ever heard, and I want to know, we're on here over a year. Have you ever heard MRE threaten to hit a woman, threaten to slap a woman, pull a woman's hair, spit in her face? Have you ever heard any of that?
Absolutely not.
Call her the C word.
The same way I haven't heard him be racial.
Exactly.
None of that. I haven't, and that's why, you know, when all this came out, I was on my way back from Jamaica, so I hadn't seen you know, what went down. And what I said was, when I get back, I'm going to look at the videos. I'm going to make my own mind up from that. And I got back here, and in fact, Jesse, you know, I was talking to him the whole time, you know, and even he said it was a load of bullshit, you know. And then when I got home, I thought, you know what? I don't have to sit and look at this shit. I just go on how I know him. You know what I mean? How he's been with me this whole time. I've not seen any of that. So I didn't look at none of that crap. I sure did not. I mean, in the meantime, yeah, stuff's popped up and there's been pictures of him being arrested or being in the courthouse and stuff like that. But that's not how he's ever been with me, or I've seen him be with anyone else that isn't white. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's how I went on it, and that's how I'm continuing on it. And you know, I've never seen that. I don't believe it. No. You know.
No, exactly. I've never seen him ever call a woman the C word.
No.
I've never ever seen anything, any kind of violence, nothing. I've never seen him do any of that, and yet he gets accused of it day after day after day after day.
He just said, I need to join him in Berlin.
You what?
My brats. He said, Josie, join me in Berlin. Absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely. Was macht die Zeit? You know what's funny? in England, when I was growing up, you had to learn German and French because Germany and France are so close to us, right? And it
Yeah.
was mandatory. It was mandatory. You couldn't get out of it. And I took 2 years of German. I hated it. Oh my God. I couldn't get my head around that language. And any other language comes to me very easily, but this just didn't. And when I went to Germany, uh, I just couldn't stay. I couldn't stand it. I hated every second there. But I was there for a couple of years. But anyway, that's a whole nother. That's what's making me laugh about this because I just thought, 2 years of German and I came out with was mag die Zeit, and that means what is the time? That's it. 2 years of German that I remember. Anyway.
Wait, hold on 1 minute. Karen, I'm
Yeah,
keeping the comment up on the screen because is your camera covered?
it's covered. I'm trying to put my avatar, not my avatar, but my picture on, but I know you have to see somebody's face until they can get on.
Oh yeah, go right ahead. I know it's you now. I have the comment up on the screen so nobody can see you in case you didn't know that your camera was on.
Yeah, it looks like my camera's on, but I have my hand over my camera on my phone. It's a little tricky on my phone.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it'll show my my
Right.
picture that I have up.
Yeah, right now I see your ceiling or your wall or something.
Yeah. I don't know what I don't know what you see.
Oh, now I see your face. I'm not putting you. I'm not. The comment is up, so the people can't see it, but I can.
You can. Okay.
Yeah, but
Okay.
you don't know how to put the avatar up with your phone.
Not
You
quite.
go back out and go back out and hit the what is it that she has to hit the camera and mic off.
Hold on, let me see.
Yeah, go back out.
Camera. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, there you go. Now I can take the comment off the screen.
Yes.
Okay.
I was like, wait a minute.
Hello, Karen.
Josie, this
Very-
is Karen. She's always with us every night.
Hello, Karen.
Yeah,
Hi.
Karen is the best. What's going on, Karen? How are you?
I'm
It's
doing
nice
well.
to finally have you on here.
I know. And, I'm sorry about the mishap before where I couldn't get on. It's just I don't typically go on. And I was trying to see how I could just have my my picture up instead of just having my my place up. I know it was probably showing my ceiling fan. So I was like, this isn't a good look. But I did want to say, Josie, I've seen some of the shows that you're referencing from certain content creators,
Right.
and I've made mention of it. And I've seen one person call the bully on what he said about Black women.
Yes.
And
Thank you.
really floundered.
Yes.
And he was saying, I just said it in anger, and to me, I know that, Marla has said, well, it doesn't really bother me. I don't care. But it's not quite about that. It's that he's saying things and there are other people that are watching. And
Right.
there are other
Right.
women that are Black who are watching.
Right.
And there are other just women who are watching.
Right.
And you can't say this on YouTube. This goes against, this is hate speech. And so you can't do this. And they're getting away with it. You can't dox people. You can't go and say, I'm going to find out where you live, your cars. And these are men with criminal records. And one of them is a sexual predator. The other one talks about how his father beat him relentlessly, but yet he has all this displaced anger. And he's not channeling it towards his mother. Maybe he is. But when you sit there and say, women are evil, I hate you. And everything seems to end with, I'll throw you down in the middle of the street or I'll knock you down. And it's turning a little crazy because it's all this anger channeled at the wrong people. These are men that when you take away women, They'll find
Right.
something else to dislike. But it seems to me that he said some crazy things. BK Shellen called him on it, and it was
Yes.
great. He had said something like, oh, I've seen when I was in that world, I'm assuming when he was dealing, he said, women cause so many problems, get men and got men killed. In that world, men get each other killed because they want a bigger piece of the pie. They want to take over someone's drug deals. They want to get more people. That's how drug dealers die, not by a woman.
Right.
Not by a
Yeah.
woman. I mean, this
Yeah.
is just stupidity, but I blame the wives too, sitting next to them. I blame
Yes.
them because
Absolutely. And I was touching on that earlier and I didn't finish, when I was doing my show, is that, if I had a man that is sitting on YouTube 24/7 doing what these men are doing, um, first of all, I'd probably be in jail or something because
right,
I'd have beat the hell out of him, and he wouldn't be with me. I couldn't be with a man that is doing that and the reason is if he's doing that to women, he's going to do that to you at
right,
some point, or has done it, or
yeah,
is doing it. That's how I look at that. You
yes,
know, and I just feel like, look, for me and MB, it's slightly different because we have gone after people. I have, and I expect a certain amount of flack and a certain amount of comeback, but it goes to another level when they're talking about. I know what your car is. I've seen your
right.
house.
That's stalking.
That is scary, and I'll tell you why. It's not just about the creator himself. And I'll give you an example. Tony Pizza at one point, me and him were going at it left and right. And he said, he's going to drive his car through my house. He's going to kill me. He was going to do all this stuff. Now, it's not that I'm afraid of Tony Pizza himself, because I know that's not so. I know that it's empty threats. But you don't know what kooks are in there watching him, believing in him, like he's some sort of Svengali,
Right.
and thinking, okay, well, I'm gonna do this for Tony Pizza. You know what I mean? Or
You don't know what
FBS
Travis
or
Bickle.
whoever. You know what I'm saying? And so when what pisses me off the most is when they do that dog whistle thing. Let me tell you, last year, New Year's, I believe it was, or Christmas Eve, FBS had a panel of men and he gave my number out. I was getting
Oh,
calls left and right. It was a nightmare, really. And even though you can say, okay, well, it's not going to happen, whatever, you really don't know what's going to happen. And that's the frightening part. So when they're up here doing this, they really don't know who they're talking to. And that's my issue. And that's why I'm not, they're going to be called account to it.
and they have had people that have gotten angry and met with each other. And like I always say, you don't know what kind of Travis Bickle is out there. You don't know who's watching these shows, and then
Right.
you don't know what kind of mindset they're in. It's
Exactly.
the good thing though about the genres, it's not exactly broadcast like the news is. So it has a small group, but
Right.
I feel that a lot of these content creators, they want a bigger piece of the YouTube landscape,
Right.
the real estate. So they're willing to do anything, but what they forget is that after a while the stories get old. You can't be on night after night talking about the same people, there's no storyline there. And then all of a sudden you think you will become the Howard Stern of YouTube,
Right.
because the fact is that you won't. It's not a big enough viewership, and also there's no production value to the vast majority of these shows.
Right.
There there's nothing. I mean, it's fine that if you're going to broadcast from your home, or but for the ones that are relying on these cash apps, thinking that they're going to compete with these bigger outlets that get bigger names all the time, that aren't doxing people, that aren't doing the same thing,
Right.
It's all they're getting is a bunch of trolls. And I remember seeing BK Shellin. He spoke to one of the content creators that I think we're all aware of, and that content creator became concerned and got three or four men on to
Right.
try to tackle him. And one of these men let it kind of slip and said, well, we all have skills. A lot of us have comedic skills. And it almost made it sound like he might have been an aspiring comedian. So you
Uh,
get people with very sharp tongues on. And anyone who knows a comedian knows that they kind of have a dark side. They're not just funny.
yes.
They can be very, very insulting, very, their quick wit can be used in the wrong way. And
Yeah.
so that's what I think he wants, is that he wants to goad people on his shows.
Right.
But I think if all of his sound bites are just kept on being broadcast, kept on where people keep on seeing it, where you see it in the context, so he can't play a game of semantics and say, oh, but I didn't say that verbatim, which he seems to do.
Yes, but Karen, can you believe that he, when he was on with BK Shaolin, that he actually said, I have never said anything to threaten women or say anything. I mean, I
And
was like, you
when
what?
BK Shallon called him on it and said, yes, you have. He said,
Yeah, I mean, oh my God. Are we in the twilight zone here?
well, he thinks that his audience doesn't have that memory, and also his audience, they're people that are, this is pure entertainment factor. That's all it is. It's just the wow factor, and he's gonna run out of content because there's nothing else he can do. It's gonna get old. There's
Yeah.
nothing. I mean, he's sitting there. This I don't want to go into this, but this meme that was put out that was just clearly to you know, bait
What
people.
was the meme?
The one with Angel's brother. It was clearly just to
Oh,
get,
yes, yeah.
just to use as bait. And then, of course, his stepson's picture, it magically shows up there. I know full well it's not from Angel's side, but it was just to bait her to talk about it. And then so they could play the victim and hang themselves on a cross saying, oh my God, you said something about my stepson. Now, nobody should bring children into this, but he's bringing his own stepson into it. His,
Right.
who sat there, all of a sudden asked for money for an FBI fund. He quickly stopped her and said, no, 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 we're just kidding. She's afraid to say anything. She picks up on his cues and
Mhm.
quiets down. And
Yeah.
you see that kind of insecurity. But after a while, she can lose her job over this just by sitting next to a guy who's saying things that are
Exactly.
racist. And I don't think they
Exactly.
understand that he's not working, or if he is, I don't know about it, but
No, he's not.
no
YouTube
employer,
is his job.
no employer is going, and I work in corporate America, and I can tell you, especially with, and everyone knows, especially with the climate right now, and it makes sense. Nobody's going to hire on someone who's homophobic, sexist, racist, because you're a liability. You
Yeah,
can't work with certain people. And
right.
so by his wife, I've seen people who are spouses get the flack too. They say, well, you're married to this person. You're sitting on that show. You agree with it. She unfortunately told somebody at work that her husband did this show. And I'm thinking, you have to be careful because you can get pulled on into it too. And
Right.
you're the breadwinner there. It's
Right. 100%. And I think that, I don't understand her. Well, I do understand the mentality of it. But I just cannot imagine being with a man. I'm going to work every day, working 12-hour shifts,
yeah.
doing whatever she's doing.
Yeah.
And here he is sitting on YouTube just going after women day after day after day. I couldn't be with a man like that.
No.
I'd have to beat his ass and throw him out.
But you
You
know
know?
what, though, Josie, you're a stronger woman. And it's funny, my mom comes from Northern England too.
Oh, she does.
Yeah, you're good. Let me
Well,
tell
you know
you.
what we're like then, right?
Yes, no, they're not gonna take any. My mother is about 5'1" and her temper is about 6'4". So not gonna take it. Merseyside girls are not gonna take it. So
Oh, she's in the Merseyside. Yeah, I mean, so you understand me a little bit. You get
Yeah.
me
Oh, I
because,
understand you
you know,
completely. I understand you when you spoke about the IRA too, 'cause she's part Irish. Um,
yes,
I understood what you said. Yeah, there. Believe you me, the other side of me is Italian, but I understood it.
yeah,
uh,
yeah.
but
I'm glad somebody does because
oh
it's
yes,
just I'm such like an eclectic mixture of things. You know, an example of that is the Queen now.
yes,
I'm very conflicted on the whole thing, and let me tell you why. You know, part of my Irish side is very much yeah. Here's the thing. The Queen didn't have a say in, politics and stuff like that.
right,
Parliament runs that, the Prime Minister runs that.
right,
And so back in the Troubles, I look at Maggie Thatcher, I'm not looking at the Queen,
right.
as
Iron Lady.
right. But being raised in England and London, I have an affinity to the Queen. Do you get it?
Yes, I
So
do.
I'm very conflicted, and I don't know if you've seen it, but have you heard of Jedward? They're two twins. They're two Irish twins, and oh my God, they're being dragged right now because they were saying, well, now Charles, give Ireland back and stuff like that, and
Right.
it's a confliction for me because
I can
I
understand.
remember, you know, my uncles, my mother's side are IRA,
Mhm.
and Catholic, and not all of them were IRA. I'm just saying there were a
Yeah, I
couple.
understand.
Now, I remember also being in London and going to work scared to death to
Yes.
get on the tube because they did a bombing campaign where
Yeah.
they were putting bombs on the tube. They were putting bombs everywhere. You
Yeah.
didn't know when you left in the morning if you were coming back, literally.
I
And
understand. Same
do you,
happened to my mother.
yeah, and I would get on the subway and I'd be looking at everyone and looking at their shit and, thinking, oh my God, is that a bomb? You just never knew. I was always, I had high anxiety going
Yeah.
to work because I worked in the city of London. But at the same time, I agreed with the cause, but I didn't agree with how they were going about it. I didn't think women and innocent children should die,
Right.
because of it. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So
My grandmother used to go.
I'm still so conflicted over it.
My
But
grandmother.
anyway, let's get
Well,
off that. Oh,
no,
yeah.
my grandmother
Let
was
Yeah.
me
the
just
same.
let me just interrupt you two to thank her Raven Gill. Thank you so much. That was very nice of you. Thank you. And Anthony wants to know if you will marry him, Josie. Hello?
Josie went silent. She probably didn't hear it.
I think we lost
Oh,
Josie.
I'm sorry. No, I'm here. I went to grab my water.
Oh, okay.
Marriage
Yeah,
Josie,
proposal.
I'm sorry. What did you say?
You have a
Anthony
marriage
wants to
proposal.
know if you will marry him.
Yes, Anthony. I
Yeah.
do. I do, Anthony.
But Josie, I can understand you. My grandma was the one who is a part Irish and devout Catholic. My
Yeah,
mom, English, mostly grew up in England. She remembers being in London where there was not a factory bombing, a
yeah,
nightclub bombing, and it was terrifying. And
yes,
she had left. She was young. She was in her 20s. She came to the U.S. Her sister sponsored her, but she remembers that. She remembers her mother felt bad for the people, but didn't like the ways in which the IRA or the government would exact
yeah. I
revenge
mean,
on both sides. She didn't
well,
like the people getting caught, the civilians getting caught in the middle.
right. It was terrifying going to work every day. You
Yeah,
didn't know when you stepped on that subway if you were going to get blown up or not.
yeah,
Or if you went out for a drink to the pub, you didn't know if that pub was going to be blown up because it was a real terror campaign
absolutely.
at that point. and it's just it was
It's understanding.
terrifying, but at the same time, I understood it.
Yeah, people don't understand. The British have, my mom remembers her oldest brothers and sisters during the Blitz sitting there with gas masks on. Well,
Right.
in
Yeah.
World War II. So it was like right after 9/11, my mom's like, and I was in the city when it happened. She said, Grandma had to live through that. You've got to get back into the city and work and not let them win. So the British, a lot of people don't know, very strong-willed, and the Irish too. But
Yeah. Oh, can I just say something real quick?
sure.
Scorned washwoman Josie, I'm so sorry. He left a comment earlier, and I thought it was JC. I didn't read it right. So I muted him and I took his comment away. And then I looked at it again. It says, I realized it's not JC. I'm sorry, scorned washwoman. You can comment now. I looked at it. I thought that fucking JC.
Yeah, I know. JL says, "How you doing, guys? I won my charity boxing fight tonight. I raised 3,000 pounds for breast cancer awareness. So happy! Congratulations,
Yeah,
JL.
well
I'm
done.
proud of
Thank
you.
Well done.
Now, how much is 3,000 pounds, Josie?
3,000 pounds off the top of my head would be around 4,000 something dollars.
Oh, wow, really?
Maybe not now because of inflation and stuff. I don't know what the rate is right now.
Right, okay.
The dollar
I
against
just
the pound,
wondered.
but around there, $4,000.
Okay, all right, very good. No, I'm just
Chicky, let me tell you something, Chicky, right? Chicky's in here talking about Josie. Oh, really? Anthony, you bitch. LOL. Hey, what about you and Becky O? Bitch. Yeah.
Oh,
No,
Becky.
he's getting on me about Anthony because I agreed to a marriage proposal when all the time he's skulking round after Becky O.
I
So
can't.
there.
I can't take you
Yeah.
two.
Yeah. So,
Oh, look at this.
I think great your book.
I just Oh, congratulations.
Congratulations. Very nice. Congratulations.
Oh, congrats.
Yeah. So I'm sorry. Go ahead, you two.
I was
I'm
going to say,
enjoying
Josie,
this
I wanted
conversation.
Yeah,
I
no, we were
book.
talking about the conflict, and I just want to add something else, Karen, with that you might know about was the dirty protests. When what's her name there? Oh, Maggie Thatcher.
Yeah.
The prisoners, what they wanted was to be recognized as political prisoners. That was one thing. And they wanted to be able to wear their own clothes. That was it. And the British government agreed to that and then rescinded on it. And that's when they started the dirty protests and the hunger strikes and stuff. And men died over wearing clothes. And, I hated Maggie Thatcher at that point. I was like, oh my God. And so I have a serious conflict.
My family doesn't all like Maggie Thatcher. I have cousins that despise her. I have an aunt that loves her. It's crazy. But yes, I have heard of that.
Yeah.
But I think just going back to your book, I definitely want to see it. But
Yes.
I think it's important because when you allow somebody who can use this platform and just spread hate all the time, and they think that it's going to get them views, eventually, what I think, and this is just my feeling, and I'm very honest, and Angel knows that I'm very honest.
Yes.
What's going to happen is that, and I think someone had warned him before. I don't watch a lot of his shows, but I'll peek in when I think there's something going on. He was kind of warned, like, hey, you're being given all this information to say, and all these documents that you think that you have proof on people for certain things, but eventually you're going to be the one to take the fall.
Right.
And what that means is the rest are going to just cannibalize and take over all of his subs. It's not going to go on forever.
Right.
I don't think he understands that, when you kind of lie down with dogs, you get fleas. You're with people who have, criminal records that are worse than yours, or people who just don't have criminal records, but they're completely duplicitous. Like with that Kevin, the Thin Gray Line, he'd come on Angel's show. He was fine, and then
Hmm.
did a total roundabout. And I know that something like that similar happened with you, Josie, where he was
Yes.
not on a show in good faith, and then all of a sudden it turned. And I feel like part of why maybe nobody like BK should go on any show, even when you want to defend something,
Yes.
is because that's fodder for them. That's going to keep
Well,
Dave. And,
sorry to interrupt you, but
all right,
when you said about BK, I did the same thing as BK. I thought, okay, well, we can talk this out, and that's why I jumped on Johnny Mac's show that night. Actually, it was not planned, it was an impromptu thing. I got a message saying he's up there talking crap about you right now,
right,
and
right,
that's how that happened. And then when I got on there, then here comes FBI. So I guess it was planned on their part, but it wasn't on mine. And so I had a choice at that moment. I could have jumped off, but then I would have looked like a coward. If I stay on, I look like I'm kissing his ass. You
right,
can't win. But I just thought, all right, let's just hash this out.
right.
And I really did it in good faith. And I think BK did it in good faith. You
Sure,
know what
but
I mean?
you and
And
just
it 5 minutes later, my crap was over. The truce was over.
right,
10 minutes later or whatever. And BK is going to find the same. But you live and you learn. But I tried that. They can never say, "Oh, I wasn't reasonable. I was, demented." And I know I have my demented moments. I mean, there's a million on here. But if I were FBI, I would say, I never did that. What do you
right, of
mean?
course.
You know?
And just segue, I have to say, I have to accept Raymonde deal. Okay, we'll get hitched. I just saw his
Yes,
post. Uh,
yes.
but I think what they do, Josie, is they want to goad people to get on their shows, and then they
Yeah.
have people lined up, and they know what they're going to say, and they have people that are particularly sharp-tongued and
Mhm.
just pounce, and that's part of it. They will lie. A lot of what I've been seeing is, especially from one content creator, is these lies that, oh, you showed my daughter's picture when it didn't happen. But
Mm.
it's something where the picture was sent to Angel, but she did not show it. And
Right.
so it's all of this, it's sort of like things are being planted because there's no other storyline. And so I can understand when you feel like you're getting slandered, but I
Yeah.
feel like the best thing to do is just to sue at that point, because what's going to happen is that the more you go on the show, they use it for content. And
Right.
at this point, I could have not said anything. I could have just watched. But I'm seeing so many things that are so wrong. So,
No, I'm actually very glad to hear a voice of reason.
Exactly.
Someone that, is completely not in this really.
no,
I mean,
I've
I
never,
don't know, I'm very glad that you're on here because it's good to hear uh that side. And I think, you're 100% right.
yeah,
But as you know, being from Merseyside, you know, um, you know what we're like. You know
yeah,
what I mean? I lose my temper and I go
all the,
off, and then I think, but I as quickly as I go off, I calm down equally as quickly.
yeah,
But you know what we're like. You
I
know.
do. I do. I know a little bit of Irish in it is just that also just ignites the fire too. But
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
but you know I never was very much involved with this content, or kind of like the mob genre or whatever you
right,
call it, and that's really not why I ever tuned into Angel's chat. I remember seeing her on Twitter, and I remember hearing about Lewis, and I'm sorry about that, Angel. And then I remember hearing about the defendant in the lawsuit, and and that you were going to have a chat. And then your chat was great. It was, you know, you were talking about your dog, and then your daughter gave me advice about what to do with my dog. And because I have a clingy Lola like Chihuahua. So it was not, there was nothing that was antagonistic towards anyone or nefarious. And then I think, unfortunately, it was almost like some of these people saw, okay, we have a name here. Let's lure this person. I saw people working with a light, people working with the defendant, and these men don't really have credibility.
Right.
You know, when the prosecution yells at you, when you're their witness and they say, we're going to hit you with a perjury charge, and I'm referring to a light, it's not the best kind of guy to rely on for information. But I feel that this Angel's name that cause these people to have a fascination, and then cause these people to think we can create more of a stir and get more subs. But if you look at all of these channels, they do not have the subs that other channels have, like Vlad TV or like
Right.
Value
Right.
Entertainment, whatever anyone thinks of those shows. But those are the ones that command the bigger amount of subs because they have more production value. This is more like just one-off stuff. This is more just like chatting. But to see night after night, and then you just get angry in the chat, and then you get angry at the women that are sitting next to these men who,
Mm.
you know, when you look at them, there's a certain sort of insecurity about them. They're both of them, whether it's the guy in Florida or, you know, the guy in Pennsylvania. It's these women seem to be very mild. I don't think they would do any of this by themselves, but they're going along with it.
Listen, they've got a lunatic over there, Jessie Sloth. She's a cyber stalker. You know what I mean? It's all coming out now. I mean, it was 8 years ago, you know, but the fact of the matter is, a leopard doesn't change its spots. So what I'm seeing is she's probably switched up now, you know, switched up her MO, you know, and here she is, a staunch supporter of them, and she's the biggest cyber stalker on here. I'm like, oh my Christ, when I
Yeah.
saw that.
It's like
I wanted to say, Aldo Vanucci, he said, you know, they're already talking about suing me over my book. Well, let me tell you all something, okay? Let me explain something to you all. You can only sue for defamation or whatever if I'm saying something that is a lie and is untrue. Okay? That's it. So
true.
when you read the book,
Liability, the truth.
right, if you see a lie or something that's untrue, then perhaps you can. But there's nothing in there that I cannot back up.
Right.
And you know what? I welcome. Please sue me. You know, because what's going to happen is it's already going to be spotlight's going to be shown on this anyway, Karen.
Yeah.
But without, you know, that aside, go ahead, do your worst, because
Yeah.
at the end of the day, what I wrote is my perspective, what I saw. I haven't lied about anything, not even about myself. I
Yeah.
know I did things wrong. I know I did, and I say I did. You know what
Right.
I mean? So have at it, you
Right.
know.
Right.
Good luck with that. Have
I
a
think
banana on the way.
that's right.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of times the anger from these guys, and you can see it where you see the guy in Florida or you see the guy in New York, the women that they have sitting next to them. Why I kind of go back to that is because you can see one of them says, "Oh, isn't she beautiful? Isn't she just adorable?" The fact is, I think there's a lot of anger towards her. She seems to be
Who's
very
beautiful? The
afraid.
The one in Pennsylvania, or the
The
one
one
in
in Pennsylvania is always trying to say he's always trying to talk her up. But the thing is, I think there's a tremendous amount of
yes.
anger there. I think, unfortunately,
Oh
there is
yes.
no woman like. Look, went to school in a basically Ivy League college. I've always supported myself. Drive a nice car. They're not going to find out what car I drive, but they're not driving my car. I'll
Oh,
tell you
they will
that. They're
after
not
this
driving.
video.
They
Yeah.
they won't
You're
be.
next, Karen.
They will. They'll be next. But they couldn't afford what I have, and I'm not saying that just as a joke, or I'm honest. There's no woman like me or like others like me that would go near these men. That's why they
Right.
picked up this woman in rehab who's got extreme social anxiety. You can see it. Or the
Yes.
one in Florida who looks very insecure and very, she's just happy that he's there. But he's, from what you've told me, and if this is true, then he's a sexual predator. Uh,
Yes.
there's nothing good.
He's a
These
rapist. He's not
guys,
a sexual predator. He's a freaking rapist. And here's
yeah,
the funny thing about that. And I meant to mention this earlier. If you look at his thumbnails, you know, I don't watch him, but you know, I've got his. You click on the thumbnail, not click on him, but you know how you click on YouTube, and if you go on a certain thing, it'll show bits. He's running around Florida and his thumbnails are all bikini clad women, you know, hey, Tony Action, hey, blah, blah, blah. You know, now there's two sides to that. Part of me says, why is he running around taking like videos of random women,
because
you
he has
know,
to,
bikini clad women?
he has
I'm
to
thinking,
protect
I'm
himself
thinking in
from
the
violence.
Predator, you know, you're right in a way. I'm thinking he's got that in his head. And if I were his other, you know, his woman or whatever, uh, I would be like, what the hell are you doing? You
Right.
know what I mean? Especially with your record. Why are you running around Florida taking pictures of bikini clad women? Hey, Tony Action,
Right.
you're the man.
And I
Uh,
don't believe driving around in expensive cars. And I think
that
the
don't belong to him. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, did he take? Is the dealer sitting in the back of the car while he's driving this car
Yeah, he
around?
probably said,
Right?
duck down, man.
Duck
Let me just
down.
do this right quick. You
The only
know?
thing there's the seats they sit in look like racing car seats, but I think that's as close as they're going to get to uh, a Corvette seat. I mean, it's just it's all nonsense.
It's ridiculous. And not only that, you know, here's the thing. Um, he did a video one time, you know, berating me, you know, talking about my looks, this and that, and
No, you're beautiful. He's
whatever.
to
But he's
look at
sitting
people
next to
close to him.
Orca Killer Whale.
Yeah.
Okay, you're sitting next to Orca Killer Whale talking about me. You know, it made absolutely no sense. And Orca Killer Whale, by the way, was laughing her head off. You know, and I'm thinking,
Yeah, they just go along with
is
it. They go,
it's
it's
insane.
insecurity. It's a self-esteem issue with those women because those women, they have to realize on some level, these guys don't have a lot to choose from because anyone that has a good career, anyone that's of any kind of substance is not going to touch men who are ex-cons like this.
And not
But
only that, you
they're
know, I
going
feel
to.
like this. He, you know, he says, "Oh, you know, she's a nurse. She does this or that."
Oh,
I
it's a
don't.
nursing assistant.
Yeah,
She's
yeah, I don't believe she's
not
a
a nurse.
nurse on any level. But
Yeah, she's not. No.
here's the thing. You know, how in the hell? I just any woman with any backbone that would sit with a man that's just lolling around, sitting on YouTube, going after women, talking about women the way he does, talking about rape the way he does,
Mhm.
talking about drug addiction the way he does. You know, as far as, okay, the concept of her New Beginnings channel was, you know, they were going to help drug addicted people or people
Right.
that former drug addicts and, you know, swap stories and whatever. Yet, when they do get a couple of people that are having issues, what do? They get their information. These people confide in them, and then they get on YouTube and put them on blast and
Yeah.
tell all their crap. You know, I'm
It's
like,
it's
what?
all shameless opportunist. I remember when they went down to Florida for a trip, and the wife, who seems to be a bit socially awkward, she seems
Yes,
to have social anxiety.
yes,
She's been through some things, so I
yes.
can understand that. But you could see he was getting irritated. He gets irritated with her. There's
Mhm.
no doubt in my mind that he explodes at her. I'm not saying that he hits her. I'm just saying that there's a certain amount of anger there. But she's the one who's got the houses,
Yeah,
got money.
he
He's
probably
down
says,
on
"Hey,
it.
babe, what's for dinner?" And she says,
What
20
one?
years later, he'll find out what it is.
Right.
Yeah, you can see that's frustrating for anyone.
Yeah.
You know,
She's afraid to speak. She's terrified of, and I feel like saying, you shouldn't be on there then. You shouldn't have anything to do with it. But
right?
when they were in Florida, he was saying that he was making $6,000 a month from Cash Apps. So people, for all of this kind of slander stuff that he's doing, for all of this fluff, you're
Yeah,
sending him to Florida. And, he and the wife are running around having a great time on your money.
right.
And it's like, how much entertainment can that be? There's a lot more entertaining things on YouTube. That's why when
Well,
I
I
look
think
at
these
that,
people are very twisted. People like to see the back and forth, and they, you know, he somebody described it. I forget who it was. They called it an echo chamber,
yeah,
and it is an echo chamber of people that it's the same type thing with Tiny Pizza. He's
yeah,
got a following, a loyal following that hey, they're there, they believe everything he says, they fund him, they do all of that. So I think you've got this collection of people that just it's almost like what do you call a cult type situation,
right,
you
right, right.
know.
Well, I think what it is part of a larger group of people that have thought, people who follow certain people who get, the guy in Pennsylvania to kind of go after people. It's part of a larger group, but
Right, right,
it's going to end up simmering down. You can't run the same content every night. It's just not, it's not important. And some of those shows, they air when people are working. Anyone who has a brain in their head knows that most of the viewership comes from New York, California. It might be Texas, don't quote me on it, but New York
right,
and California. And you don't want to run your show in the middle of the day. You're not going to get the viewership. But this is a person that, I guess he has a lot of time on his hands. But what he's doing is he is not going to be able to be employed, and this won't last forever. His
right,
wife may also not be able to be employed after a while, and that's why I said to Angel, when you have your first opening scene of, the montage of your father and your brother, and have then the clips run of what this man said after every show, because it can't really be forgotten. You can't get away with this. Not now. It was
right.
bad enough when people got away with it before, and
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
not.
that's how I feel about it now. I
Yeah,
feel like it's gone beyond just back and forth. I'll tell you when I started feeling this way is when uh the guy in Florida was saying I have pictures of her Angel's cars, her house, her this, her that. That goes on a whole nother level.
you
It
know
really does.
what
Uh,
they're
yeah,
lucky that Angel pursues things in a legal way, but like I said, YouTube is just you don't know who's watching, you don't know what mindset they're in, you don't know.
exactly.
There have been people that have had their doors kicked down, or
Yes,
there was, I'm not going to mention the content creator's name, but he became very frightened, and you don't know who you are messing with, and you don't know who they know. And it's just not a smart
exactly.
idea to go and keep on poking the hornet's nest. And I think they do it because they think nothing will happen. I've heard the guy in Pennsylvania say, I don't care. I could be sued. I'm in a different state. I'm not going to come up. Well,
What?
yeah,
Okay. Yeah, but
I,
here's the thing, and that was my thing today. The dog whistling that they're doing has to stop. It's
yeah,
the dog whistling that has pushed me over the edge. It's not about them themselves. It's about you don't know who's watching. You don't know how people are thinking. You don't know that this person isn't going to think, well, I'm going to do this for FBS, or I'm going to do this for whoever. You
Right.
know,
And
you don't know that.
consider the
And
other
we're
side.
women, you know, NB's single, I'm single. You know, no, that's where I draw the line, and I've had enough of it, frankly. You know.
Yeah, I think there's one thing that they forget, and it's sort of their blind spot, is that I think they believe that it'll all come from just one way. Uh, I know, Angel, like I said, you pursue things legally. Your father is long since gone. Your brother's not involved. But there are people that were very loyal to John, and people that were in that world that could be
Mhm.
very insulted by this. And
Yes.
you can't really control that. Angel's not, didn't marry a man in that world, didn't, she's
Right.
not in that world. You
Right.
can't, her father's gone. It's not, but you know, when you start doing this, you don't know what you're stepping into. And I think some of them don't seem to realize that this is all just a bit crazy, that
Right.
YouTube shouldn't actually be so unpoliced like this. I kind of blame YouTube for not
So
just
do I.
this
I
content.
do.
I think almost the chats have caused more problems than anything, but just
Well,
the,
I blame YouTube, you know, because, um, you know, they're supposed to have guidelines and policies and
they
this and
don't
that.
follow them.
And this has been going on for over a year now for me. For Angel, it's been several months of constant battering. And, you know, me, like I said, part of it I get, they stepped over the line on some of it. But with Angel, they, you know, in my opinion, they've stepped over the line totally, because she didn't go after anyone. She wasn't on here, you
No,
know,
she didn't.
carrying on like I was.
She was
And, you
telling funny
know,
stories about her mom and the dog.
yes, I
Her
mean,
mom
they've
wanted a
just,
poodle, and she
yeah,
wanted
and
to get the
YouTube
dog's
have
hair.
done nothing, zero
Right.
about that. You know,
Yeah.
they didn't. They've done nothing when we've been threatened to. Men come to our house, and you know all this stuff, and we're going to beat you up, and you know, la la
What
la.
we forget is that that's probably the worst thing to ever tell someone. I'm going to have somebody come to your house,
Yes,
especially, and I'm not even going to go there, but if you're assuming that, you know, look, hey, they're convicts, they can't actually get gun permits, but other people can. And
right,
as long as they have them in their
right,
house, if you go to somebody's house, you may not be leaving. Um,
exactly,
it's not, you know, it's just not a smart idea. And this is not a pro gun or anti gun anything. I'm just saying you don't always know the people that you're dealing with. And I think some of them think the easier fight is with the women, but it's
right,
not. It shows you. I think the guy in Pennsylvania said something like, you know, a man, if he fought with me, you know, he'd have a better chance, but a woman, no. I'm like, well, physically, males are stronger, but you seem to
right,
want to focus on what you feel is weaker. But this is somebody who has a heart condition and not exactly in the peak of health. And
right.
I don't know if I'd start threatening everybody, but I did hate the fact that he started to say things about black women, because I have a lot of friends that are black women.
Yeah, I am glad
I don't
that
like it.
I'm glad that you're on here and saying that, because and Angel played it earlier. You
I
know,
always said to say it.
he literally said that, and I just
Because
thought,
I wanted
whoa,
her to play the whole, is it just something about black women in the United States? And I thought, how dare you? I have such close black women friends
yeah,
that they're like family, and they would go to the mat for any one of their friends, and they would do it for me, and they would, and I
right,
for them. And he painted this picture that doesn't exist. He seems to think that, you know, some woman is going to be, you know, threaten the bane of his existence, which is cowardly. It's
yeah,
displaced anger. He's got, the father was listen, if he should be angry at anybody, probably his mother for allowing his father to be so abusive to him. But then
right,
take that up with your mother.
right,
That up with your
right.
mother. But I have a feeling to him she's worth more alive, because might be living off of her social security. I mean, we can all be sharp tongued, but probably the truth.
Yeah.
Um, Mommy's living with him for a reason.
Yeah, it's just
If you
weird.
don't like women, and you've got the woman who watched your father attack you for years, I'm not sure why she'd be living in your house. But and he says the man never hit his mother, so I don't get it. But I've just seen him dox people. I've seen him do things that that he could get sued for. He should be getting in trouble. That's what I don't understand. And probably the best thing to do
Well,
is
it's
put
coming,
on
Karen.
clips.
It's coming.
I'm
It's
getting your
coming.
book.
It's coming. Yeah, it's not just coming within the book, And like they said, me and Angel were talking about it the other night. When I went to London, I had put her in touch with somebody
Put
to
her in
do
touch
an
with the
interview with them
IRA. No, I'm just kidding.
because, and Angel, are you still there? It's your
Oh
show.
yeah, I'm listening.
Okay, we're just yakking on.
No, I'm enjoying this conversation. I
We're
really
just
am.
yakking.
I'm really enjoying it. Thank you,
Okay,
Karen.
so
and Josie.
I was talking about, I put her in touch with someone to do an interview with them because, the European view of it is John A. Light's view of it, and I
Mhm.
felt like no,
Yeah.
I listen. I was pro A Light at one point because I thought, oh my God, this poor guy,
So much about him.
And then
yeah.
no, after being on here and listening to all this stuff, I'm like, oh my God, what a moron I was. But that's how we view, we take things at face value.
You don't
And
know
so
until you know the rest of the story. Like, I knew that John was unsavory. I thought most of these informants are. The only
right.
where I would think that they weren't is maybe somebody who was outside of that life, who was affected by somebody within that life who was getting threatened. Then I see that as just a more of a
Yeah,
regular.
but you know what I thought? I thought, oh my God, imagine you've given your life to something and then they turn on you and they rat on you and whatever, And I kind of was like, well, I don't blame him. That's how I felt about it at the time. And then when you hear the other side to that story, I'm like, oh my God,
They can be
So
very convincing, unfortunately.
yeah, really,
Yeah.
and so
Just like
yeah, they
Sammy.
but they called Angel a liar. She was lying. No, she wasn't lying.
Yeah.
We set that up. And stuff happened along the way, but she's going to do it down the road when she's ready. Her daughter has surgery and stuff, and once that's done with, I hope, Angel, that you go ahead and do that. I think it'll be good for your channel. I
Yes,
think it'll be
I
good
am.
for the other side to know. When I say the other side, I'm talking about Europe in general. Know, hey, this is his daughter talking. You knew him better than anyone,
Exactly.
and your brother. So hear another side to it. Then make your mind up. That some of them might say, "Oh well, no, I still believe A-Light," or some, look at it like, well, wow. I think they're going to look at it like, well, wow, personally, because I did.
I remember Victoria, Angel's sister, saying to Victoria, if you're going to write that book, don't make me out to be an altar boy. But when you look at the men all in that world, there are some that have done far more than others. Like Sammy has killed, he admits to 19, but he's obviously, in my opinion, has done more.
Yeah.
And we know a 16-year-old kid got caught in the crossfires because he didn't care. He was just shooting at his target. But yet this man came out in the beginning and said, oh no, I was attacked. All these terrible things are said about me. And I'm thinking, well, when you look at it, you both were on tapes, and I'm sure you said things too. And it was valid for John to say, hey, slow down. Like, you're getting all of New York. You're taking up all these construction companies. You're getting out of control.
Well, I'm
killing all your partners. You're killing all your partners. I mean, come on.
Yeah. Well, we didn't know about that.
We didn't know.
I heard about that here in America on YouTube. Prior to that, what I thought was Sammy was getting ready to be whacked, and he flipped.
That's what it sounded like,
for that reason. That's what I thought. But then when you hear the backstory, it's like, oh no, hold up, wait a minute. You know, everything I thought is actually not the case. You know
Right.
what I mean? And
It's true. Like I
yeah,
had thought originally, I had thought, well, he was, and then something stuck. It was, he had said, well, John wanted me to take the fall and admit to these things. And I thought,
That's a
well, why
lot.
would he want that? Because then you'd implicate John. So,
yeah. No, I
Exactly.
thought they were just going to kill him, that he was going to be whacked.
no, I didn't
And
think,
you
yeah.
know, and so that's why he did that.
You
And
know,
I thought, well, if I'm going to be whacked, maybe I, might do the same.
he didn't, this, Sammy had never done a major long stretch of prison time. John had, and Sammy had only done like maybe little bits of jail time, but he was afraid of going away for a long time. So he saw this as an opportunity. And while
Yeah.
I think that I don't think that life is safe, I think a lot of people get hurt, the wives, the kids, people get
Hmm.
dragged into things and just in nobody seems to follow the rules anyway. Um, and I don't like when people on the outside are affected. I know that dominantly they seem to deal with people from within, but it can affect people outside. But when you look at some of these people who should be put away and
Yeah.
they're getting deals and they're now on,
Yes.
YouTube like Sammy, this man is just making money. He hasn't given any money to Ellen Kaiser's family or any of the other people that he
Right.
had killed. He's not,
Well, he's
he killed his
denying
own
that,
brother-in-law.
from what I understand.
Yeah. Oh, he
He's
admitted he
denying
killed.
that.
He admitted he
Um,
killed Ellen. He said he.
well, he did. The FBI, went to the family and said he admitted to it, but here on YouTube, he's not admitting to
Oh,
that.
I heard him admit to it. He said,
Oh, he did.
"Yeah, I heard him say he."
Oh, I didn't see that.
I heard
Okay.
him say that he saw this kid running, and then he lied and said he must have been on drugs. He was running towards me, but yet the boy was shot in the back of his head. The fact
Oh,
is if you hear gunshots near you, you may not know what direction they're coming from. This
right.
poor guy could have initially ran forward and then, oh my God, saw him and then ran the other way, but he did get shot in the back. And while it was an intended
Oh
target,
my God.
it's not like Sammy really cared much. He was trying to go after somebody else. It didn't matter that that was somebody's 16-year-old boy laying in the street.
Right.
And
Right.
so
Oh my God, that's
but
sickening.
he killed his own brother-in-law too, and that wife of his seemed to be at peace with it. But something tells me he wouldn't have killed his sister's brother, his sister's husband. I'll tell you that. But he did it to his own wife because he figured you're not going to go anywhere.
Whoa.
You're not. Where are you going to go?
Yeah, that is like, oh my God, I
Very
couldn't
sinister.
imagine that. I couldn't imagine.
He didn't do it to his own sister's husband. I don't think he would do that, but he did it to the wife's because he figured he lied to them. I think he just figured, so what? I mean, that was he's a strange one, more
Oh
than
my
strange.
God.
But some of them are relying on people who have they don't have a lot of credibility, and they're getting their information from them, and then they're lying about people. But the one thing to at least take solace in, Angel, is that this doesn't have as big of a viewership as they would like to believe, and a lot of people, there are some people that are watching similar shows. Like when I would go on YouTube, it would be to watch things that were like cold cases and things like that. And then
Right.
growing up in New York, I had always heard about the trials and your dad, and I always knew what a Brioni suit was. He's a very good dresser, but he just was, and the hand painted ties. But
Yeah.
I, you know,
Oh, he was a handsome man, I thought.
you get
You know,
saturated in New York,
yeah,
you get the local news and you get the national. So I knew about it, but I wasn't fascinated with it.
right.
And but then when I saw Angel was going to have a lawsuit, I peeked in and I saw, oh, this is funny. She has funny things to say. She's addicted to seltzer like me and like other people. I don't know what happened during the pandemic.
I
I
am
was
too. I'm
addicted.
addicted to it. Yeah, I
Seltzer.
myself.
LaCroix Beach Plum, Angel. Try
Yeah.
it. LaCroix Beach Plum.
Beach,
Oh,
Um,
I like that
beach plum.
LaCroix.
Beach Plum. It's
Beach
delicious.
plum. Oh, I have the. I love this limoncello.
Oh, it's good too.
Yeah.
I love it.
And also there's a peach and a pear LaCroix, and that's delicious when it's
Yeah.
all
Oh,
chilled.
I love my seltzer water too. Oh my God, I can't go a day without it.
I
I'd go
mean,
berserk if I don't have it.
I
Um,
know. I know. I mean, my God, but it's funny. I think it'll be coming to an end just by what you said, Josie, but also in more ways than one. People aren't going to tune in while they're working to listen to this stuff.
Right.
People aren't going to tune into where it's every day, day in and day out. You don't know these people. You're making these claims. Your information are coming from defendants who are being hit with slander suits. Um,
Oh my
and
God.
after a while, I think they don't realize that they have to get back to work, and having a record, not so easy to get back to work. One of them
No.
was driving a forklift before that. I can't imagine, being an hourly waged employee is a great way to live. Um, it just isn't, but he did this to himself, and
Right.
wife is not pulling in a lot of money either. So uh, they're going to need more than cash apps for their attorney's fees.
Yeah, well, that's how I feel about it. I feel like, enough's enough. Um, the spotlight's going to be shown on here real soon, and I feel like, you know, no, we as women need to fight back. We punch back.
Yeah,
You know.
I know. We push black was one of them that was silly, but
No, but
but
I
it's
feel like
also men when all the
we
women.
need to do something about it. I think, it's all good. We talk about it, every day, but I think something has to be done, and it's going to be done, as far as I'm concerned, because I feel like, you know, for me, like I said, when you're looking at people's cars, houses,
Yeah,
and as Angel said, the cars are in her name. She's not always the one driving them. You don't know. Some kook might be out there, come and try and do something, and
right,
it's a daughter driving, or a
right.
relative driving. It's totally out of order, totally. And
And
I think
they
enough's
don't
enough.
understand that if you're stalking somebody, there are certain states where they will allow you to carry if you're being stalked.
Mhm.
And I've known people who, it was an older woman that I worked with years and years ago. She had neighbors who were harassing her, but she felt like she was being stalked by them. And she was. She was
Right.
able to get a gun, and she worked with the police to know how to fire it. She was in her 70s, but I tell you what, she wasn't stalked again. The problem is when somebody latches on to you like this, they don't go away. But my one takeaway is, and I won't be on forever, but the best thing to do is whenever you see something that looks like bait, whether it's a meme, if it's slander, go to the lawyer. But they want people to look at things they try to bait, like, oh, my daughter's picture is up. Don't even don't even speak to it. Don't even ignore it, because the more, or when people go on their shows, the more you do that, they'll use it for content for days. But the more you use their sound bites on your shows, you show the complete context of it. And then
Right.
you can see where this is coming from. And I got to tell you, the guy in Pennsylvania, he's foolish enough to keep on being at the front of this, not realizing that you're the one that's going to get taken down. And you can't just say, well, somebody gave me this information. You presented it as fact. He likes to go, well, I don't know, but here it is. And this is what I've seen. And these are all the documents. And it's going to go wrong for him at some point.
Exactly what he did when he said, uh, now, did I see Angel take a handful of pills? Do I know this to be true? No, this is what I was told. You're a liar. And you know you're lying. And I even showed it on here where last week or a few shows ago where he said, I just got mad, Angel. I apologize. I went overboard. I shouldn't have said that. So you said that on here, but now you're continuing to say it every day on your show after, because now you're mad again at me.
Right.
Like this is just ridiculous. I have not once came on here and said anything like I never accused him or lied about him or said that he was high or he was. I've never done those things.
No, because you're not foolish enough to get yourself involved in a slander suit. But he has admitted to having drug problems, and he has said that he is sober, but his behavior sometimes when he's on there, it's going to backfire. He's showing how angry he gets. He's showing then he tried to backtrack and say he got upset and he just said some things and he didn't really mean it when someone
Well,
referenced
you
a
know
black
what?
woman.
Listen, I can understand that. I mean, I'm, you know, I lose my temper. I go
And it's
crazy.
more than a temper with him. It's this is deep rooted anger. This is when you
Mhm.
act like this on YouTube, you would think you'd be more controlled, but his whole thing is he's just getting it all out. And you can see it seems to be this belief that the big boogeyman is really some woman
Exactly.
that's going to do something to him. I'm
Yeah,
not sure what he thinks they're going to do. But you know, he says these things and he gets all worked up, and it goes against him. And really, all he has just trolls sort of watching. I mean, I don't like to talk about someone's subs because some people are going in there and they're just looking at it, may not agree with him, but it's for the entertainment
right,
factor. But
right.
some are also. It seems like he had one guy who kind of alluded to the fact that he was an aspiring comedian. Had, like I said before in the early part of this, that he kind of had like a sharp tongue, and so he's working with other people, but to what end? It's not going to matter. It's not. He wants people to go to, local news outlets. None of these outlets are going to carry this because he doesn't realize. Look at all of the things that you've said. If you want this to go national, you're not going to be able to leave your house.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Exactly.
and
Let
you
him
know
have it go
what, Karen?
national.
You know what, Karen? That's what is going to happen
Good.
because, you know, at the end of the day, you know, and I've thought long and hard about it, and you know, some of it, yeah, okay, he might say in anger. I can understand that. I've done that. We've all done that. You know, we say things, and
Yeah.
but this is now. How long is it, Angel, for you? Is it 4 months now?
4.5, almost 5 months.
I mean, come
Ridiculous.
on. You know, for me, it's over a year.
Saying things about somebody's
Others, you
children.
know,
That's
it,
why I
it,
say never let them bait you when they bring up the 10-year. Just ignore that.
yeah.
Of course, you're not going to ignore what they say about your children, even though they're adults. It was slanderous. You can get them in court on that.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but I mean, he was up there. Anything you can get on her family,
Oh yeah.
this, that, any of you out there. He even said, I'll pay money, I'll pay you to
Wow.
get
Short.
her.
Yeah.
Yes.
He said
Short.
what he said about Andrew was get me her info. You will be greatly rewarded.
Yeah. Well, for me, he told them verbatim, I will pay you for this and that and the other.
Yes, you're right. You are
And
right.
so, you know, listen, when it goes to that level, then this is a whole nother thing now. You know what I mean? A whole nother thing.
You would
And
be so bored
I'm
with
not
me.
going to sit here and I'm not going to take it. I'm not. You know, I've had enough, and I'm just going to do it my way. You know, without losing my temper. I'm
He
not
does
going to
have
do it.
a he does
You know,
have a fascination with Angel. And I've said it before, and I
oh
know
my
Angel,
God.
you know, I've said it. He seems to have a fascination with your dad. It was like, and what's kind of funny is that the guy in Pennsylvania was afraid to go to jail at one point and feigned being sick and went into some sort of a psychiatric ward of a hospital.
Yeah.
And he tried to say it's because I was really going to kill someone. No, it's because you didn't want to go to jail. But your dad, he did go. So whatever people think, good or bad about your dad, he went to jail. He served his time. He didn't even get a compassionate release. He just stayed in, and he served his whole life out. And now you've got this guy in Pennsylvania who seems to worship him, and then says he doesn't, but yet he has a fascination. It's almost like he knew he couldn't be in his world. He knew he couldn't even walk the same line. That's not an easy uh, life choice to make, and I think he's always going to be a little bit fixated. I do think he probably has pictures of your dad somewhere
Oh,
else.
he does. He
He
definitely.
sleeps with a picture under his pillow or something. I
Listen,
don't
And
know.
your picture, Angel.
I
Yeah.
will. Well,
There's
I'll tell you
lots of
this.
pictures.
I will tell you this. If suddenly I hated let's just say suddenly I hated, despised, and couldn't stand John Travolta. Let's just pretend that. I would not keep my John Travolta stuff up on my channel. Like
No.
he does.
Yeah, that was weird.
He's got
That was weird.
He had them made. He asked Jerry to make them. It was so important to him to have those tributes made.
Wasn't he wearing a shirt of your dad once?
Yeah, in the same thing in the tribute. He's wearing my father on a T-shirt. I didn't even notice that until the other night.
No, I didn't notice that either till you pointed it out.
Yeah, to the other night.
Oh my God.
He's a fan that's just gone the wrong way.
But wait, let me just tell you, I went through that video in the daytime. You know, I had to mark all the spots that I wanted to play. I still didn't notice it until I was playing it that night in front of all of you. I said, what the hell is that? Is he wearing a T-shirt? Are you kidding me?
I didn't notice that either.
Exactly.
And then when I saw it, I was like, oh my God, really? You know, but the thing that, you know, was so like weird was when he fell out with you and he was berating you and your father and your brother and, you know, every family member basically with that picture behind him. No, see, that's
exactly
what if you know, it just made no sense. And he kept it up for how long?
Oh, you need to strike him. You're gonna give him a strike tonight.
Who?
Pennsylvania boy, because he is playing
my video.
Show. Yeah.
Angel, he knows more about the Amish than he does about anything else. He's closer to that than he ever was.
Why is he playing my video, Krimel? Sorry, Krimel, why is he playing it? What part is he playing? Just sorry, Karen.
He's accusing you of being drunk again.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Okay.
It's funny coming from somebody who's had an addiction like him.
Exactly.
Say that, and he's acting erratic on the show.
Did I look drunk today on my video? I mean,
no, not at all. Not at all. Absolutely, positively, no.
I mean, I'm not saying I haven't been on here a couple of times when I have had a couple, but you know,
and every time somebody on here says that he's on, the viewers run over there. So I don't know why everybody in this chat, you know,
probably
hello,
want to
Mr.
see.
Smith. We miss you, Mr. Smith.
No, listen, I don't mind him. You know, it's fine. He can play my video. I didn't say anything that I feel wrong. You know, I told it like it was today. He can play it. I mean, I knew I was going to get some shit back.
The part about stalking Teresa and Angela, is he denying that now? How do they sit there and listen to him deny that he didn't stalk or that he didn't ask for Teresa and Angela's information? He said, in fact, with Angela, he said they will be greatly rewarded.
Right. And Teresa was on your show the other night and said what happened with her. They're going after her family and this and that. Exactly. And so, you know, us aside, you know, put us separate, they're still continuing by going after Angela and Teresa.
Teresa, exactly.
They're picking people off your chat.
Yeah.
They, you know, I guess to intimidate the chat, the women in the chat. They're not picking on the men, I notice. I don't see him picking on Chicago Muscle forever, do you? I don't see him doing that.
He doesn't go after Chicago Muscle.
Yeah, why is that, I wonder?
He's afraid. That's the guy who was afraid to go to jail, who pretended he was crazy to go to a psych ward. He's afraid of men. There's a fear of men, deep-rooted probably from what happened in his childhood. But I find with people like that, they're angry, so he's going to say it's women.
Yeah, because if you notice,
take away the women, he'll try to find a man.
Right. If you notice, I mean, you know, you've got many men in your chat, Angel. So why pick on Teresa Murphy? Why not Chicago Muscle? Why not Krumel?
Well,
Many men in here. What are
he-
you? Why has it got to be a woman?
he goes after well, Angela always defends me, so she comments negatively about him.
Yeah.
Teresa Murphy, I'm not well,
There's many, no, there are men in
no,
here that talk
but
negative.
Teresa, yeah, no, Teresa reacts to stuff like this. Like she'll say, "Oh my God, this is horrible, horrible human being." You know, she'll comment like that. Just an
Teresa's never
example.
gone after anyone hard in all the times I've seen her on.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
She never has. So
Yeah, but there's been guys in your chat, Angel, that have talked more
exactly.
crap about him. So
Exactly.
why isn't he going after them? He's going to pick off on the women again.
Exactly.
Right.
You know, I'm like, what in the hell?
That's what he does. He's a bully. That's it. He's just a bully. And he sits and he pretends that it's me, that I just I start with him every single day. No, I do not. No, I do not. I'm going to respond to your lies. Yes. And he's always known that about me. I will respond to the lies that he tells or that anybody tells.
Right, right.
I would just go for him in court. I think he just wants that constant dialogue back and forth. But if he gets a silent treatment, and it drives him crazy, if he gets a silent treatment,
He
just
got
like
the
with
same
MRE,
treatment.
gave him the silent treatment, and he couldn't. And MRE doesn't come up as much. You see, once he doesn't have anything, or he doesn't get anything back. He doesn't get anyone coming on his show. He doesn't have anything to use. And eventually he won't have anything to
Yeah,
use.
but it doesn't matter because I didn't talk about him for like what, a month and a half. It didn't
True.
matter. It
That's
didn't
true.
matter.
It's true.
Yeah, I'm like, you know, well, you know.
Well, I think during that month and a half, then he tried to come up with other things that he thought were proof, and then when that went away, he really didn't have much to use. You can't have your show talking about, one person who has a chat almost every night.
Right.
It just gets weird, and it's just like I said, it just won't go on forever. And he's not at an age where, he's only in his 40s, but when you go for jobs, you have a criminal record, then you have all these things said that are racist and sexist. Employers you're not going to be picked for a job. They're just going to take somebody else.
Right.
You'll be sitting there. It won't be cash apps. It's going to be welfare. You're not going to be able to support yourself. And his wife might be booted out of her job too, because she was foolish enough to tell somebody who she worked with, guess what show my husband does? And I thought, oh,
What a numpty. I mean, what a numpty. Hell no. You know, and that's what I'm talking about. You know, I don't know. I guess just
she's
some
a
women.
strange bird that won't say anything, speaks very slowly, very afraid to speak. And I feel like saying, look at the guy sitting next to you. Everything that has come out that you're concerned about, whether it's your child, it's coming from his side. That's what it seems like to me. Do I know 100%? That's what it seems like to me. Any memes, anything like that, my daughter's picture was shown, ignore it. Just ignore it.
God, you know, no, that the threat that he said Angel made was just so ridiculous. I mean, oh my God, it's so ridiculous. But you know, it'll all come out in the wash, as we say in England.
Yes,
it will all come out in the wash, and let them carry on. He can carry on, and we'll see what happens. You know,
well, I'll tell you one thing. I'm with you. Whatever you want to do, I'm with you, because enough is enough. And YouTube has to be held accountable too.
Yes.
Multiple people have reported him, and they ignore it. They totally
exactly.
ignore it.
That is the key.
Exactly.
YouTube, because they're the ones putting up the guidelines, putting up the controls. We report. nothing happens.
Exactly.
It's just allowed to continue. And I, for one, have had enough of that crap.
But
I
could
don't
you imagine that he's making fun of me because I'm from this gangster family, but he's making fun of me for talking to Mr. Smith, who's law enforcement, and getting advice and opinion from Mr. Smith. Well, so then what is it that I am supposed to do? I'm a woman and I'm receiving threats. What
Right.
is it that you think that I'm supposed to do?
Better Mr. Smith than going to your local police department and filming yourself with it behind you. That's what I have to say to that. And Chicago Muscle, he said, Josie, I hope I have a good role in this book. You're not really in this particular part of the book. You are. I've mentioned you, but Chronicles 2 takes care of this year, and you didn't come in till this year. I'm talking about last year up until Christmas. And but I at the same time I've put everyone's names, their channels and whatever. And I in the introduction I explain some of the names, you're not going to see necessarily something on until Chronicles 2. Because in Chronicles 2, Chicago Muscle, you have a very big role. Chicago Muscle was the first one that came out and defended me against Tony Pizza. And he did a lot as far as showing us who these people are on here. I used to love when he would, for example, Creepy Joe, impeach Creepy Joe, and he'd put his picture up. Oh, so that's who that is. You know what I mean? I loved when I watched him all the time. So yeah, Chronicles 2, Chicago Muscle is where you play a larger part. Yeah.
Before I kind of step out, and I thanks Angel for giving me some time, but
Oh,
I
you
did
don't
want to.
have to leave.
Yeah, me too.
I had a story that I think people should hear. Now, like I said, I grew up in New York, but the only thing I ever saw about your dad was on, well, the local news and then the national news, and that was it. But I live out in California now, and one man I'd run into just by chance, his cousin was a neighbor, and your mother had gone to his funeral, and he was killed. His father, it was some home invasion. It was terrible. His father lived. The son died, and your mom was at the funeral talking about sort of the life, saying, I don't know what it was all worth. I don't know. And so people think certain things, and you could see when you've said before, like your dad wanted to keep that out of, you know, the home. He didn't want to bring everything from his world in. And it seemed like your mom wasn't too keen on that whole world to begin with. And she had said, what was it all for? And so I think when people, they look at this and they want to judge. And the fact is that it looks like, I know you did not, your husband wasn't, Lewis had nothing to do with it. And from what I know, children have had nothing to do with that world. You've all been law abiding, and your own mother had even said, what was this all worth? I think she sort of had more of a disdain, or at least Victoria, her sister, said that she did. And so it's funny how these people are
Well,
trying
it's
to.
funny. It's funny how he tries to tell people that my mother tortured my father to kill the neighbor and had him chainsaw. You're a liar.
Yeah, that wasn't true. Your
Sick
mother had. I
liar.
remember my family member, because I was very young when that accident happened. I was like a toddler, and again, I'm sorry, it was a horrible accident, but I remember someone telling me that your father knew it was an accident. He really did. He knew it was an accident. Everyone, but your mother had. I think she had a lot of losses in her life before she lost your brother, and I think it was just the last straw. I mean, her parents weren't together. They sort of, she was in a boarding school, wasn't really taken home. And I know her uncle wanted to adopt her. And I know this from your sister. She had said it.
Can I just ask something real quick? Sorry to interrupt you, Karen. But
Sure.
Angel, when that happened, I read that the neighbor, first of all, when that happened, he's out there saying, why the F were you in the street? And then he had some sort of party, like not too long after.
Yeah.
I mean, is that true? I would have wanted him gone too, frankly. Are you
No,
kidding me? Is that
absolutely.
what he did for real?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. And our backyards touched, and they were having loud music. I mean, come on. Like, I don't want to go after this guy. He's gone.
No, I know, but I just
No. I
need to
know,
know.
but I don't want to like put him down now. You know what I mean? But yeah,
Yeah.
he did. And he did a lot worse other things, like to his other neighbor. So, and I don't want to do this. Like, I don't want to do this right now. He's gone. My brother's gone. My mother did not torture my father to kill
No.
the neighbor.
Your
Absolutely
mom,
not.
your mom you had even said it on an interview, Angel. Your mom, you said it had like nervous breakdown. She couldn't get out of bed for about a year.
I don't for a year. She
I
wasn't
don't
going to sit there and torture my father. Oh, they're so ridiculous.
I don't think she could have tortured your dad, and I don't think she could have forced your dad to do anything,
Exactly.
or else he wouldn't have been in that life. I think that made her a bit nervous. I think she was grieving, and I think it was after a series of losses. She didn't seem to have very close family. I know she liked that one aunt and uncle. I know the aunt just passed away.
Yes.
Yeah, so I know that much. But yeah, it was an accident. It was a terrible accident, and but she could not have she couldn't have
and
forced
another
John to do a
thing,
thing.
yeah,
I
and
can tell you that.
another thing is that, all these people think that they know what happened. They don't know what happened. He also, my brother died in front of one of my closest friends' houses.
Oh my God.
So, and across the street was my father's friend's house.
Oh my God.
So those neighbors were out there. They know what they saw. They know what they heard. So everybody on here thinks that they know, what happened. They don't. So they should all just keep their mouths shut.
But the thing about that is, again, to take that and use that against you and talk about that,
Yeah.
all because
He's mad at me.
you
Because
stood by a friend.
exactly, because I stood by the way that I stood by him when everybody was mad at me for standing by him.
Right.
Everybody forgets what went on here when I did the first tribute to my brother Frankie, Frankie Boy, because Jimmy Calandra came in here. And you want to know the truth? Jimmy Calandra, the first time he came in here and said he was sorry and offered his condolences, it was fine. I accepted it and I said thank you. But then after that, Jimmy Calandra kept doing it on FBS's show and on here just to agitate everybody, and we pushed back. And I was an idiot because I fell for it the first time. I fell for it the second time. After that, I knew he was just doing things. And you know what? So did FBS. And FBS told me
I'm sorry, what do you mean?
In other words, he kept doing things to agitate everybody from We Push Back because they were all mad at me. They were like not mad. I guess they were turned off to it, and they stopped coming into my chat. They stopped coming in. And meanwhile, me, I don't think. How can I explain? I don't have an evil mind, so I don't think that people are doing these things.
Right.
It's hard for me to comprehend that this was all some kind of an evil game there. And even though people were telling me, I was just getting so defensive and like, oh, don't tell me FBS. He's my friend. Remember the night I did that? The more you tell me you don't like him, the more I'm gonna like him. Well, that's the same thing, That's what, and I didn't have that kind of mind. I don't think evil like that.
Right.
This was a game. But FBS even said to me, I don't know why he's doing this, Angel.
Oh, wow.
Exactly. And you know what? and it's my fault because I should have seen it right away, but I didn't. But
You're not
No,
a
no,
duplicitous person, Angel. You're not. From what I've seen, you're very quick to sort of, you're like, forgive, or may not forget, but you'll forgive. See, I can't forgive or forget, but you, I can't. But you're also, you've been a very loyal person, and usually people who are loyal, like, they're people like me, are very skeptical. It's like, earn it, earn it, earn it, and then, or there are people that just say, hey, this seems okay. You've got my loyalty. And then in this sort of genre, they're all cannibalizing each other. But you know what? After a while, they won't have any, they can't compete with the bigger outlets. So they're just going to cancel each other out. There's absolutely nobody that is going to take the guy in Pennsylvania show or Florida. And they're not going to, it's not going to be something that's so widely viewed. They're not going to start getting the amount of subs that people with really great production value to their shows get. And that's fine if you don't have that and you're just broadcasting from, your home and you're chatting. There's a lot of content creators who do that, and it's fine in other genres, and they're very interesting. But I think, unfortunately, this has turned into more of a Twitter situation where it's unpoliced. But I wonder if people, if they write to more of the powers that be at YouTube, the CEO, showing him that clip and saying, this will go viral.
Not just that clip. There are a million clips.
There's so
You
many. I have so many. I did
Angel,
3
you
shows.
could literally go to a news outlet with that and say,
I know I could. I know I could.
I think you should. And only because it's not good for him. It's not good for his children.
He thinks that this is going to blow him up. Like he's going to
He's
be
wrong.
like,
It's going to blow him
it's
up.
going to backfire on him. I keep
Totally.
saying this. I've been saying it for 4 months now. It's going to backfire on him. The liberal America that he salutes, he's a liberal. He could fake it all he wants. He's a liberal. But those people do not appreciate talking about Black women in a derogatory way, threatening to smack them in their faces, acting like an animal, calling women the C-U-N-T word.
Yes.
I mean, come on, calling mothers. This is all because I didn't believe you and walk away from MRA.
Yeah.
That's all this is about.
I'm very middle of the road, but there's one thing that I could never be was prejudice in my house. It always was seen as low class to be prejudiced or to say anything that's racial slurs. It made you look worse. But that was just the way I was raised. He has not been that, and you can see the way he's described how he kind of grew up, which was unfortunate. Not quite his fault, but as an adult, you can change it. But I do think, and maybe it's stirring it, but you should, if he listen, if he implored his people to go to news outlets, you could show those clips, because you know what, Angel, it's better for him to go away, because he's getting more worked up, and this is going to end up being nothing. And it's better for somebody like him who's saying things and getting people to listen to this and actually buy into it. Black women in America have these attitudes. No. It's him who has this attitude. I know scores of Black women who don't do that, who don't do what anyone can get angry. You can't
Look at Marla. I mean, Marla's the mildest, nicest person. And yeah, she did go off on him, but only after he,
she was defending me.
Right.
And he tried to make sure she wasn't going to adopt that child, which is just evil.
Who does that? Who would deprive a child of a decent home because you're mad at her because she called you out? It makes absolutely no sense.
And if somebody called Child Protective Services on him, I don't agree with it. I would hope nothing's going on.
It didn't happen.
No, I don't know.
It didn't happen. Listen to me carefully. Please believe me. I don't want to go into it on here because I'm not like him. He lies, but I tell the truth. It did not happen. That's all I'm going to say.
I believe you.
All I'm going to say.
Well, listen, I've got to go, girls. Thank you so much.
I have to.
I've enjoyed talking to you, Karen. You're the voice of reason.
Yeah, exactly. Karen, don't leave yet. I want to talk
Okay.
to you.
All right, I'm
All
going
right,
to
so
stay on for
I'm
you,
gonna go.
Angel.
But
I'm
thank you,
staying.
Angel, and everyone have a good night.
No, Josie,
And,
thank you. Thank you for everything.
okay,
Bye,
well, boot me
Josie.
off. Go on.
All right, you're getting I only boot the ones I love, Josie.
Right.
Bye.
I'm staying on.
I gotta. Um, I love talking. I love listening to you. I really
Oh,
do. I
thank
love
you.
listening to you because you are the voice of reason. Exactly.
Like
And
I,
you've been here from day one. So you see, like I've never done things and these
never,
things to him that he's
never.
accusing me of, that he's trying to convince his chat of.
It's always been good to see your show, and it's something to be said for the fact that you can run it for 5 hours and you still have people watching, and you still have the same people that have come back. Some have gone to other chats for whatever reasons, but um no, it's always been enjoyable though. That's the thing. I always liked it. I think the only thing that had happened was you never know what you're dealing with out in YouTube. So when you see people that might be saying something favorable and then you enter into it with a good heart and then all of a sudden they turn, it's because some of these people, they're doing it for their own personal gain. It's almost like they're nobody's friend on here. But I never really liked the guy in Pennsylvania. I was talking about it in either your chat or his, saying that I didn't like the cash apps that he was getting.
I
And
remember.
I don't know whether you were on bad terms with him then or not.
No, I was on good terms with him.
Yeah, see, I'm always very honest about it. I'm not,
Mhm.
but I thought, if he was a decent guy, sure I would defend him, and I would be just as angry if it was the other way around. Somebody was saying things, but it's not, and he's really trying to wreck people's lives. You can't go and, well, first of all, you can't throw dirt at somebody where there's nothing to throw dirt at. He's going to be bored. Not everyone has, I don't know what he thinks. He likes to twist things. But I think the best thing to do is when he starts to come out with, oh, my daughter's picture was shown, ignore it. Any meme that comes out, ignore it. Because that's what they want you to do. And they'll talk about it. But it seems to be a constant series of doing these things to play the victim and then bait somebody, and he's running out of content. He's not getting as many cash apps. That's what someone told me. He's not getting as many cash apps. He's had some blow ups on his show where he said, why am I doing this? The money isn't coming in. Yeah, you got to go to work, bro. That's what most of us do. We go to work. I go to work every day, and I will work, way past the hours that I'm supposed to, like a lot of people do. And you know what? I do it because I like driving the car, like driving, like living in the city that I like living. I like my life a certain way. And, like I said, when I was going through an Ivy League school, and I'm not going to say school, but it's held in the same esteem. Like Stanford would be held in the same esteem of an Ivy League, even though it isn't an Ivy League, something similar to that. When I was doing that, this guy was getting in trouble with the law. Like, for things that I could have forgiven that for the whole drug thing, but not after this. This is just malicious. And he says he is sober now. So if you're sober, why do this and inflict such upset if you had a good thing? He was not like this in the beginning. I
Right?
did like
I
the
keep
cash apps.
saying that.
Was
I
not
keep
like
saying
this
the
in the
same thing.
he was very he was very sort of like talk about certain shows that he liked or certain he would talk about the mob genre, but it wasn't
He
it
would
wasn't
go
like
after he would go after A Light.
yes,
Most of
and
his
then he
shows in the beginning
partnered
were
with
about A Light.
now A Light. I actually thought he was Italian at first, and then he said he was Albanian.
Hmm.
And that made me think he would try all the more harder to try to get into that world. But I have to say, yes, I feel bad for his daughter, Chelsea, who passed away, her son,
Yeah.
his ex-wife, and her siblings. I don't feel bad for him because he's also done a lot of terrible things to people where their families have suffered in the same way and have lost people because he's had an itchy trigger finger. That's my belief. So I don't have any sympathy for him. He's trying to go on shows. He's trying to look younger. He's trying to wear these glasses that make him look younger. Uh, and he's trying to generate money because there's no other way. There's no other way. Nobody's going to hire John to do anything.
Well,
I mean, he doesn't have any credibility. He's been in jail for the longest. What can he do? He goes on social media, and that's where it needs to be stopped. Have any
Root
credibility?
Irish, yes. Teresa used to watch him a long time ago. She hasn't been around him in, I don't know, the longest time. I mean, I was still friends with him when Teresa Murphy. What happened was we were on his show. Somebody ran back, like the little rats in the chat ran back while he was alive and said Teresa Murphy is in, I think it was Vinny Bracco, Brooklyn Vinny's chat. And he flipped out. He blocked her. He took her wrench away and blocked her, all because she was in Vinny's chat and him and Vinny were fighting.
Oh.
So she's not a flip-flopper. She's
been incredibly nice on all of the shows.
Yeah, she was always nice, but here's what she says: I wear flip-flops in the summer all the time, different colors. Me too. But yeah, that's all she did was go over to Vinny's chat, and I think maybe she had a wrench there. I don't remember, but he bugged out. I mean, he blocked her and everything.
Yeah, that's to me
exactly. Because she was friends with Vinny.
Has wrenches. Most of his chat has wrenches, from what I've been told. I don't like to go in and look because I feel like they can look at viewers and see exactly who's watching. So I have been told things, but I'm not so heavily invested. But I know what I know. But I just thought there's a larger issue there. You can't get away with saying things or trying to wreck people's lives or taking things. Somebody could have a squeaky clean record and you're going to lie about them. You're going to end up in court. And this idea that he has that he can't be pulled into a New York State court if he's from Pennsylvania, there's other ways to get him.
Is that what he thinks?
That's what he thought, that if you tried to get him.
Oh, no, he's wrong.
I believe you absolutely can. I mean,
yes, you absolutely can. He's wrong. He's very wrong if that's what he really thinks.
He's had a fascination with this whole life, and I haven't. Like I said, my grandmother, all 4'11" of her, hailing from Sicily, thought she was the boss. And so my dad, he grew up in Brooklyn. He came over from Italy when he was 10. He grew up in Brooklyn, but my family didn't really ever notice it too much. They didn't really ever, I guess, because my grandmother, she thought she was the boss. It wasn't a fascination, but when I saw this guy, he was completely fascinated. And I remember thinking, you're not seeing the rest of it. You're not seeing sometimes the wives and the daughters, and people get very nervous with this life, and it's not so easy, and it's not, people become afraid of you sometimes, even when there's nothing to be afraid of. And like, your children are just, regular working people. They work hard. Your daughter's always working, and your son is on that train at 4 a.m. and he's a dad and he's a husband, and there's no reason to take people who are not doing anything and trying to slander them. I mean, to what end? Just gonna find yourself in court.
And to get back at me, you make up lies about my children that they defended in the lawsuit. See, that's the thing.
That defendant, well, I knew that was a lie because you could prove by the toxicology report that Lewis did not have a drug in his system.
I sent him Lewis's death certificate. How's that?
Yeah, I knew. I saw that.
When we were friends, he was going to do a show. What was it? It was about my lawsuit. And so I said, I'm going to send you his death certificate. Thank God I crossed out all the personal information, like the name and the address and this and that.
Right.
I whited it all out.
Yeah. He was a heavy smoker.
Yeah. And I sent him Lewis's death certificate. There was no drugs in Lewis's system.
No.
There was nothing. and it listed the cause of death. Lewis, first of all, was a heavy smoker,
Yeah.
and he
High
had
blood pressure
blood
too, right?
pressure. He
Yeah.
had really bad high blood pressure,
Yeah.
and he
Yeah.
smoked like a fiend,
I
just
know.
like his mother.
Yeah, that's what will do it too. But I remember during the whole pandemic, you were on Twitter and I was on Twitter, and I remember I was like, you would calm me down because while everyone was like where I am in California, everyone was freaking out about COVID. Now, listen, I know
Yeah.
it's nothing to, I know it's something to be concerned about. I had it. I knew friends that had there were long haulers. My friends in New York had gotten very sick. I knew people that lost parents, but it was hysteria. And I remember you just being a little bit more calm, and then you were just chit chatting, and I just don't ever remember anything bad. I remember some funny things. So you would come up on my feed, and I really don't know how I linked up, but I'd followed, and then I saw the thing about Lewis, and I had felt bad, and then I had seen the things that were said, and I was like, that's not right. And then somebody contacted me on my Instagram because they saw that I was linked to your Instagram, and I had done that just because I thought, oh well, Angel's a good egg. I haven't seen anything bad, and I I reported it to you, but I also said to that person, I said, he didn't die of that. The toxicology report, something like that. I'm paraphrasing,
Yeah.
could prove that. I said he had high blood pressure and he was a heavy smoker. And you could see that. And I've known people who've had the same thing. I've had people, in my family who've been heavy smokers, and they were, a lot older than Lewis when they passed
Plus,
away. I don't know. My mother's
yeah.
family seems to go on forever, but it's
Plus the
you've
thing
gone up.
here, I'm
Yeah,
sorry to interrupt you. I'm
it's all
sorry.
right.
Because sometimes my mind goes blank. But the thing also is that he had stents put in. He had
Yeah,
stents put in his heart. So, and then the pandemic hit, and then you couldn't go see a specialist.
right,
He couldn't get to a specialist for the longest time. You could not get
right.
an appointment to go to a specialist. So that's why when they were saying that people were dying, um, it wasn't just from that COVID. It was from the things that cancer and things that people could not get treatment for because
Yeah.
of that pandemic. Because hospitals
Mhm.
were so overwhelmed and
Right.
doctors overwhelmed, and then half doctors weren't even taking any patients
It's
because
true.
they were afraid of COVID, or they were helping out hospitals
It's
that had
true.
a shortage. So Lewis had those things too. He had
Yeah.
those. I think he had 3 stents put in him. He was a heavy smoker, like an idiot that I used to yell at him all the time.
Ugh.
And he had very high blood pressure. He was on 3 different medications just
Oh,
for his
yeah.
blood pressure.
Well, I
So to sit
remember,
there and lie that he died of drugs is so
no,
disgusting. But that's
but
what they
it's,
did. That's what he was doing. That's what they were doing. They started that account, and then they started antagonizing me, antagonizing my nieces, they went after my best friend. They were messaging everybody under Big Fat Angel, whatever it was called, those 3 different accounts. So that's all
it's,
in my lawsuit, and FBS knows that. He knows exactly what was in my lawsuit, and that's why he's doing what he's doing. And he's now friends with the defendant in the lawsuit, which
well,
is
yeah,
only going to end up helping me, by the way.
yeah. I mean, I remember my friend had COVID and she got it in New York. She was a healthcare worker. She got it around March, yeah, early March. She said she went to Cornell Well, which was designated a COVID hospital. The doctor didn't even want to go near her. He stood across the room. She had underlying conditions. You would never have known by looking at her. She had a lung condition. She said she was so terrified. She said that, and the doctor was, and she tried to get into 2 hospitals, and all they said to her was, well, it's not like you're on a ventilator. She said, but I have a lung condition. I can't breathe. So there were a lot of people that were turned away from doctors, even when they had COVID. And she was bad, a long hauler. I cannot tell you how long her went into pneumonia and blood clots. So it was a terrible time to be sick, especially
Exactly.
to the doctor. But um, birds of a feather flock together. So if he's partnering with this man,
Wait. I'm sorry. That's a
That's
little
all right.
psycho dog who saw a dog on TV.
Yeah, no, I have my dog will hear somebody walk by or whatever, and she thinks she has to guard the door. She'll go right over to the door and guard it. Well, you know, she's only a little teensy chihuahua,
Yeah,
but
well, yeah, all dogs do that, but I mean, this one, does your dog watch
Lola,
TV?
it's
Yeah,
Lola.
Lola. Does your dog watch TV?
She does, and but it's funny. She most likely likes to look outside, and if she sees a dog that she knows, she cries, barks, whines, she wants to go outside. She's not much of a barker. It's only if somebody walks by, but it's always during inopportune times when you're like on the phone and you're like, don't do that right now. But
Oh, wow.
she's quiet now because she had to go to the VET today.
Yeah, yeah.
Just for a checkup, but she's quiet. But yeah, I think when you have for all of this,
I can't believe I have to change the channel. I'm sorry. Go
that's
ahead.
okay. When you have to kind of suffer all this and people kind of pick and pick and they're saying the most atrocious things and they're getting you in a situation where people have to understand you're being put on blast and it's every day and then it's your children and then it's like well if I keep quiet they'll think it's true and so you threaten a slander suit and you're not just threatening you go through with it it's it's a lot of stress
Well,
where
what I'm doing is I'm continuing with this lawsuit. The defendant's in default. I'm continuing with this. He's going to get dragged into this.
you know what Angel it'll
What's
just
going
be
to happen? He's going to get dragged into this one.
you
And
know
then I'll worry about what I'm going to do about him later on. Right now, I'm concentrating on this one.
right. Oh, definitely for him too, because he's just he
Yep,
needs to stop for his own sanity too, because this is not this kind of hatred all the time. It turns on you too. I don't know what you're
exactly.
thinking, but it will turn on him after a while. Nobody can continue with just fluff all the time, and that's what it is. It's just fluff. You can't go around thinking that you can go after people and you don't know who people are related to. I have lawyers in my family. I mean, it's just not a good idea to poke the hornet's nest. People have police officers in their family. It's funny that he said, well, you're going to a police officer. But doesn't he remember, since he's such a fan, you even dated a guy who became a cop?
Exactly.
And what's wrong with that? You even said that you never had a problem with the local police. You were more
Never,
concerned about
never,
the
ever
FBI.
had a problem with. My neighbor was a cop in my other house. I was so close with them. He was
Yeah,
a cop. What's
yeah,
the problem? I don't understand. What's the problem? I'm a woman. I'm not a gangster. I'm not a
yeah.
street guy.
And
I'm a woman.
I think that's what they have to understand. But the one thing I think, and I'll say I don't want to go back about this meme, but the one thing I thought was really it was very telling and very vicious was you spoke about how you lost your brother, and losing a sibling is actually worse than losing a parent. And I've lost
It
only
really is.
a
It
younger,
really
but
is.
losing a sibling is far worse because you realize your own mortality. It's just devastating. And then after that, I think you lost your friend Roseanne at
Yeah.
like late
Five
August.
months
Right?
later.
Yeah, I think it was August. Was it August 31st or something?
Yeah. August 27th.
August 27th. I knew it was late August. And then around that time, I don't know whether it was before or after, you were in your friend's mother's
No, my
store,
friend's jewelry store
the
robbery
Greek woman,
first. Yeah, that was first. That was 2 years earlier.
and they killed that woman in front of
In
you.
front of us, yeah.
That's enough to make anybody just, I mean, it's too much. You can't concentrate on anything. You can't concentrate on school. You can't concentrate. You said, I only went and I worked in a job. I'm thinking, Angel, I don't think I could leave the house after that. It's terrifying, all those big losses. And yet, just to put out a stupid meme like that, knowing that just around that time and everything that had happened, like, what did you gain out of it? It was so stupid, and that's the thing, it was stupid, but that's what he does, he likes to bait, and so every time that comes out, just they want you to react, so just ignore it, even though you wanna just be furious because, look but you know what you're dealing with. The thing is that nothing can hurt your brother anymore, and everyone else will see it as what it is. It was, it was sick, and it's just shows what their mindset is.
I think it's even deeper than being sick. I mean, you can't have first of all, you can't you have to be like such an animal to do something like that. Like a real animal. But I do remember
Notice how they
Jim.
didn't go to the FBI, because you know what? Maybe they would have found out exactly who put the stuff.
Well, they threatened that. They threatened that they were sitting there like two idiots,
Yeah,
two
they knew where it was going
morons.
from, though.
She's wearing an Mrs. A Light shirt, and you're sitting there, and first of all, you're asking for money.
Was it a
Second,
tank
you're
top? Still, because
laughing.
she usually wears a tank top, and he likes to call her a classy lady with a big tattoo on her. I had
Yeah,
to. I don't find anything classy about a woman that sits next to a bigot, you know, a sexist, racist guy who throws out homophobic slurs. And look, my politics are middle of the road, but that's not classy. Nothing about her nothing has been shown to show her as classy. I feel bad for what happened to her when she was younger, but as an adult, there's certain things that you shouldn't subscribe to that have nothing to do with what happened years ago. Why sit next to this man? Why this? I'm going to go to the FBI. Go to the FBI. You might find out that it came from your husband's side. You may find that out.
but seriously, they sat there with laughing, making jokes,
Yeah.
asking for money, and then sitting there. It's so disgusting with a T-shirt on that says Shanna A Light, and so
What
so that you
was
came out to tell the world or tell YouTube world that you and your husband,
enough?
your child's father, you and the child's father are contemplating going to law enforcement of the highest authority, and you thought it was a good time to put on a Shanna A Light shirt to do that?
That
You
shows.
thought that was the night you should wear your Shanna A Light? You were so
That's
concerned
all.
over your child being allegedly threatened.
Yeah,
So that's what you chose to wear?
yeah, not concerned at all. But when she asked for that FBI fund, said you can contribute to the FBI fund, he quickly shut her up and said she's just kidding, because no one would
What did
have.
she say?
She said, "You can contribute to the FBI fund," with a straight face. And he shut her up real quick because she picks up on his cues, and he goes, she's just kidding. Because
And did she start laughing that she was kidding?
she said not a word and sat
Yeah,
there.
exactly. She wasn't kidding.
Wasn't kidding, Angel. What she was doing was they're so used to asking for handouts, and he's had shows where he said, I can't do this anymore. There's no cash apps. Well, guess what? You have no production value on your show. You don't have anything but just this gripe against somebody. Like, you're not a great comedian. You're not, the entertainment value is lessening and lessening. It's just now just a place for trolls to kind of showcase, you know, who they are, and just kind of maybe practice their kind of comedy skills and saying kind of quick liners and one liners. But she said that, and you can look, when they were saying, well, we are going to go to a lawyer, we need money, people were donating, but nobody needs to donate if you're going to go to a cop or the FBI. That was her not thinking. And I have a feeling, had he not driven all of this, she wouldn't be a part of it. But she feels, I think, there's nobody out there. So she's happy he's there. And I don't know how happy she is all the time, because he seems to be tremendously angry. And when he says she's adorable, she's this, I don't think he thinks that. I think there's a tremendous amount of anger. Even one of his subs laughed and said, why is your wife speaking so slow? And put dot,
Yeah,
dot,
there was
dot.
Joe Bag of Donuts who was in here earlier.
Yeah. Then he
Um,
threw him out, and then he let him back in.
Yeah, of course he does.
Cash
Of course
apps.
he does.
Cash
He
apps.
he he let exactly. He had this big major thing against Tony Pizza, and yet Tony Pizza came on. They worked it out. He throws Tony Pizza $100. Then they start fighting again, and then he brings him back again, and then they fight again, and then suddenly, oh, it's Angel's friend, and this is a friend of the Gottis. And then he showed Tony Pizza saying the 9/11 comments. Could you imagine this?
I can imagine anything on that show.
That's how
'Cause,
sick they are.
yeah, uh, i- yeah, but you can see that there's certain types of people. I do have a certain amount of contempt for her because I don't see her as innocent. You can't sit there and watch all of that. And why would you? Why would you want to be with a guy who has sat there and looked into the his screen and said, "Women, you are some of the most evil creatures." And it's always ends up with, I'll knock you down in the street. Or he said something like, oh, if a woman ever got in the way of a man, I'm paraphrasing. I can't, it's not word for word, but
Right.
something like if you
Well, if
fall
it's not word for word, then he didn't say it.
right, but he certainly did. He said something about
Yes, he
in the
did.
drug dealing world where, like, if a woman were to start a problem, she'd be shot in her head. And I think that's where BK said, why are you saying these things? Get up and walk away at this point. He said, people blow their tops. He said, but you can't be saying this. I think
Wait,
that,
what? This happened?
yeah, it did. It did. And BK said,
Common sense? Oh, BK? Who said it?
BK Shallon said it.
Oh.
He said, walk away. He said, you can't be saying comments like this. He said, what are you talking about? This idea of, you're going to get gunned down by a guy, you're going to get shot by a guy, you got a mouth like that. And especially in that world, most of the killings that happen in drug dealers' world, it's not really driven by women. It's by other men who are dealing who want to get a larger piece of the pie. And if there's a female dealer, they may do that as well. It's not it's not about somebody taking someone's boyfriend or girlfriend. Or it's I don't this it to me. And I've seen people like this. They're angry at something, they say it's women. When you take all the women away, they'll find a man and they'll say they're angry at him. He's just angry. And but that's the problem, is that hatred, he may think it's fun, but that hatred, after all, it's like, drinking poison, expect the other person to die. You're
Exactly.
angry at your old man for hitting you as a kid. Yeah, it was horrible what his father did. It was horrible that his mother watched it. It was horrible for as long as she watched it until she didn't. But the anger shouldn't be directed at everybody else, because then you get some woman who has no idea what you're talking about. It's like
Wait, let me
was
interrupt you
angry at
for a
men.
minute. Let me interrupt you. What did you say? He said that his father beat him?
Yeah, he said that his father used to abuse him, I believe, and his brother. And he said that he wouldn't touch his mother. He said, but yeah, he said he used to beat the hell out of us. And look, that's horrendous. And his father should have been taken away. Maybe he would have grown up very differently. You can see probably why he resorted to drugs to dull that pain. Okay, if you were just that guy and he wasn't doing any of this and spreading all this hatred, if he was just somebody that had a drug problem that got better, I wouldn't have a
Mhm.
problem with this man.
Yeah, exactly.
I would have defended him, saying, look, that's his business. But the fact that he's gone to people and doxed them and said things and brought in other content creators where I could see that it wasn't even valid what he was trying to prove. He was taking one person and saying they have tattoos that mirror Nazi symbols, and it wasn't the same. And another content creator did this. And I said, I thinking, I could be wrong, but it didn't look the same. They were taking this person and saying they were tied to accounts, and they didn't have the level of info to prove that. And they were saying the accounts were all anti-Semitic, and I didn't see that. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but he wasn't showing enough evidence. So if you keep on attacking people like this, and you keep on, and you're not being held to any standard, and you don't have anyone high enough in YouTube, where send all the clips to them,
The
Angel.
dad did leave him, Mandy. The dad took off and never came back. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Karen.
Yeah, he did. He took off. So growing up with somebody like that, yes, I'm sure that it did things to him that should not have been done. Don't condone that. And yes, I can see and have sympathy for the fact that he probably resorted to drugs to dull the pain. Okay. But then you're an adult, and then you've got to realize there's something there. You got to work through that anger, because it's like a woman who hates all men. You're going to come across a guy that's a good man. He's going to get it in the neck, and he doesn't deserve it. That's always what happens. That's always what happens with people who are sexist, bigoted, or racist, anything. They go after always the wrong people. And it's like, you're not fixing your problem. And it's all fun and games. He thinks it's all entertainment on YouTube, but all he's doing is ensuring that he will never work again. He's jeopardizing his wife's job, and it's not good. And I don't think for 1 minute he's, you know, uh, I don't think he's a bunch of roses to deal with every day.
No, I don't think so either. I really don't.
Didn't seem to start out that way, but he unfortunately met his wife in rehab. He said that she was a nurse there, or not a nurse, but a working there as a nurse's aide. But she did have her own problem. If that's a codependent thing, that's not the best situation. Doesn't If they were not a couple that are doing the things that they're doing now, I wouldn't say anything. But what they're doing now, especially in this day and age, and like I said, my politics are middle of the road. But one thing that's not middle of the road is you can't go and say things about people that are racist, that are sexist, that are bigoted in any way, not even homophobic, just, keep out of it. And I said to one content creator, because he was getting very angry at FBS, and I said, listen, I said, don't say certain things. They all have records. You can pick on that. But if you say something that's homophobic and this person said, oh, you're too woke, I said, no, that's not it. I said, you're playing into their hands.
Exactly.
Talk about what they are doing. Don't with the name calling or the slurs. And this person did not listen to me and blew up, but I think they read half my post anyway. So I think you could probably guess who it is. But I was saying, let the other side have all that said, but don't cross over there, because first of all, you're going to have to stand by that. You won't even probably want to stand by that. Get them on what they're doing. Get them on their actions. Don't do the name calling. Get them on exactly what they're doing, because that's what will matter in court. That's what will matter when YouTube sees this, and it's hate speech. It's hate speech. He got to a point where he thought maybe he might lose his YouTube platform. And I don't know if he ever 100% believed it, but he's like, I have other things in the work. I'll just go somewhere else. And I'm thinking, you're not going to be able to have the subs. The guys that you're working with now are going to steal all your subs. They're the one that you're pushing you out in the front. You're going to be the one that that gets all of the responsibility, and you're going to be the one that gets
Well, let me ask you this, and this kind of makes sense. My friend just texted me. He actually said that he wakes up every day and doesn't know if his channel is going to still be there. Now,
I don't know. I haven't heard him say that, or I haven't been told.
He said this today that he wakes up every day and never knows if his channel is going to still be there until he turns on his computer. Now, what would make somebody say that?
Gee, Angel, I guess it's because of all the things that he has said, and that
he knows that he said.
Yeah, and he's going to have a hard time getting a job.
I know, but that's not my point. My point is that in one breath you're saying, I never did these things to these women. They're all nuts. Angel's a liar, and
Angel,
Chad is a liar. Then why are you worried about getting up on seeing if your channel is there or not every day?
He knows he can twist his audience, because audience doesn't.
They are so dumb.
It's looking for, I think they're just looking for the entertainment value, and some of them say silly things on it or funny things, but they're looking at it for the entertainment value. But he knows that when other people look at it who aren't his followers, who don't care about his entertainment value, that he's in trouble, that this at some point is going to end, that this was a really bad idea to step into. And I think he really believes he can just go work somewhere else. But no employer wants to hire you on when they think you're a liability.
About getting a job. He's not worried about getting a job at all.
I think you might have to, because I got to tell you, I don't know of any nursing assistant that's making fantastic. I know nurses who make fantastic money and nurse practitioners, but a nursing assistant, I'm not so sure she's making the money that that he may think she's making. I could be wrong, but I doubt it. I think that he's going to have to go back to work. And he surely will, but I don't think he wants to. I think he wants to just stay on YouTube. And I think what he'll do is he'll go to other platforms, but they don't have the viewership. And he's not getting a huge amount. It's not like he can compete with the bigger outlets. He just can't do it. He's not going to be able to. And the other content creators, wait, they'd love if he got booted, because they'll take all of his subs, they'll take some of his content, and he'll see what his friends are. There's nothing like something like this to really see who exactly your friends are, and he'll realize the guy in Florida is not his friend.
Yeah, exactly.
They egg him on, but these guys are in it for themselves. You've got people who have done some pretty heinous things, and they're ones that haven't done heinous things. They just say things that are wrong, but they're not slanderous, but they get under people's skin. But they're going to try to take all of this. They're going to try to take all of his subs. I don't think he realizes that he's being put out there, and he put himself in a precarious position. He's getting used.
And I don't think he really comprehends that Josie really is writing a book, and it is about all of this. And he is not going to be shown in a good light. So I don't think he comprehends that. If he wanted notoriety, he's going to get it, and it's not going to be good for him.
And you know, it's funny. She's a beautiful woman, and they've said
she is.
True. And you know what? It's one of those things where you deal with just people who, if they want, they could be standing in front of a Ford model and they'll say, "You're just too skinny. You're just too this or that. You're just," they're just going to say anything. But the fact is that most women will not look at these men because of their records, the rape on one of their records, the constant problems with. One of them spoke of a home invasion, constant drug problems. You're not going to get women lining up, especially women that, I'm just being honest, brutally honest, women that have careers like me. I'm not going to support you, bro. I have all things that I want now. I wouldn't support my boyfriend. Bring something to the plate. Don't look for me to feed you. So I think they're with certain kinds of women that just are happy that they're there, but I think on some days realize this was a big mistake. And they're compromising themselves, but they don't want to be alone. I don't think his wife wants to be alone, and that's the problem. I think when you're in a relationship like that, you could absolutely feel alone. I really don't think Shanna would have done a fraction of this. He's the one that's leading it. Shame on her for following, but if it were just her, I really don't think she would have done this. She's going along with him. Someone said maybe it's Stockholm syndrome. I think she's just a very shy, nervous woman. Just a lot of social anxiety. Not everyone's comfortable speaking on YouTube and having a camera in front of them. It's not comfortable, but it's.
I don't believe that. I don't believe all of this. Not. I mean, some of it, yes, but not all of it. You don't sit there and. I'll never forget. I was here and I was live streaming, and my friend was texting me because they could not believe what was coming out of her mouth. So you're a liar, just like he is, saying that I wanted your husband and that I would stay on the phone with him. That's such a lie.
Who do you think probably gave her that to say?
Yes, exactly. I know who told her to say it, but.
She's not witty.
She said it. That's the thing. So that you went along with the lies as well. You weren't too shy that night.
Oh, she should be held accountable. But what I'm saying is that if it's just her flying solo, you can see she gets very tongue-tied. She's very uncomfortable. And yet it's him he's probably giving her all of this, and she'll say it and parrot it. But when she goes out on a limb like, "Hey, give to the FBI fund," he immediately got angry, and I'm like, "You're going to get yelled at after this." She is a woman who he keeps on saying, "Isn't she adorable?" And I'm looking at her, I'm thinking, I don't know that I would call her adorable or classy. There's nothing classy about sitting next to a man like that who's saying the things that he is. There's nothing classy about sitting there, and I am going to go there with, massive tattoos and chain smoking the whole time and sitting there in tank tops and and being fine with your bigoted husband saying this. That's not classy. That to me is showing me that there's an insecurity, but then there's also selfishness and just wanting money. There's just that
It's just that it's all about money.
it's all that's where
It
she
is. It's
that
all about money.
and
So
that
that's
comes
why
from people who either don't have money, and there are people that don't have money would never do this, but it's just a duplicitousness that comes from them. They'll do anything to get it, and it's like, go out there and try to work. Shanna doesn't have a criminal record. Go out there and get a higher degree. Be an
charges. She's got charges
Oh, does she? What the hell did she do?
with her kid. She didn't. The kid was a truant. Just 2 different times, so they took it out on her. She didn't take her kid to school or whatever it was. I don't even
I
know.
thought she had a different kind of charge, which would hurt you getting employment. But it's like, you know what? You got the house. Hopefully it's under your name. Go and build your career. Go be a hire nurse. Go do that. Go bring in more money. She's still, I think she's 39 or so. Go do that. Go and try to be a better person instead of staying with somebody who is not really a protector, but driving you. I mean, I don't think he understands when you get into a slander suit, it's not just that 10% of your wages are garnished. It's that they can attach assets. They can attach.
They don't
Take your,
understand that.
they
They
can.
really
See,
don't.
I have a lot of lawyers in my family. They can take your house. They can take your car.
Yeah.
And these people don't understand.
No,
You're
they
not gonna-
don't. They don't.
It's dangerous to say things that are slanderous, but he tries to get around it sometimes, going, "Oh, but I don't know." But yet you're showing things that you're saying are proof. And there are things that I know that aren't true that he has said, and I won't mention them because I think it's just silly to rehash it. But it's, you can't get your information from ancestry.com. It's just stupid. There are people that make
Exactly.
mistakes all the time there, Angel, who will put up, will put up a birth certificate and it won't be, they'll think it's one aunt and it's actually a great aunt, or somebody went by a different name, and they'll put wrong information up there, and it's not, it just doesn't make sense. So I think a lot of that, it didn't look smart.
Yeah. But they don't
don't
understand, like Mandy says, he has no assets. It doesn't matter. He will never have any
the
assets.
house, they'll take the house because I
Well,
believe.
I don't think, in other words, a judgment gets placed on him, and no matter what he ever does in the future, he'll have to pay whoever he lost to.
Yeah. And I think there's only one state where you can't, like Florida, you can't go after somebody's pension, but I think in other states you can.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about the pension.
I
I
think,
know you can't go after their disability.
I think he doesn't work, so maybe a pension doesn't apply to him. And by the time we're all,
Yeah.
by the time like people in their 30s and 40s are up there, I'm not sure how much of a pension or Social Security they'll have. But if he does own that house, if he owns cars, they're going to take them. They're going to take things that are viewed as assets. That's the problem. And it's not just that. They will take other things that are viewed as assets. It's a nasty thing to get hit with a slander suit, and it is dangerous because you're not going to get up out of that, especially if you have a very high judgment that's stacked against you. That's why people don't want to make slanderous statements. But he's not learned that. He's not learned that yet, but he might learn that. I hope that after this one lawsuit that you have, I hope
This is the one that I'm concentrating on right at this moment. So, as soon as whatever happens with this, then I'll think about the other 2.
I agree. I agree, because one of them is extremely, you can see he's very predatory in the way he acts. I always call him smarmy. He's very smarmy. And he's just everything about him is just doesn't sit right. Get a vibe. I get a stronger vibe from him than I do from the guy in Pennsylvania.
Right.
And that's why I know that he has, when I've heard you say that he has a record where there's rape on it. And that, to me, I believe you get the death penalty for that. I'm very, like, there's certain things, touch a child.
No, he don't get no. He has some kind of sexual assault and some other stuff. I don't know yet.
Is it rape or is it not? If it were rape, I would say. But whatever, if it's not and it's sexual assault, it's still bad. Rape to me is get the death penalty. Hurt a child, use a
Oh, I
child,
feel the same
death
way.
penalty. You kill
Hurt
someone,
an
yeah,
animal, and you should get your hands
uh,
chopped off.
absolutely. I can never hurt an animal. How are your cats, by the way?
Oh, everybody's good. Everybody is good.
Yeah, and I know that you're funny. You're like, I've got to trap one and bring him in, and they have like the best places to live. They have air conditioning,
I
they get
know.
heat, and they.
I
I'm
know.
like, there's some New York City apartments that don't have
I
that,
know.
and they're even in nice places because I lived there, and I was always living in a nice part of New York City. But the heat sometimes wouldn't kick on, or it'd just be too dry, and the AC wouldn't. It would, by the time you got your bill from Con Ed, you wish you'd never run it. Um, but it's it's kind of nice to see, like whenever if I type something, because I use my phone, um, and I do like either autocorrect screws me up, I'll find myself because I know you're just going to give it to the cats. And so, or whatever animals. And I know you never asked for money. And that's why I always liked your chat. You never did, but he did. He always asked for money. And I'm like, for what? For what? You're sitting in a room and you're asking for money. For what? Like, what do you need this money for? Are you going through extensive research on things? Are you flying to places where you're interviewing people like Erin Brockovich, where she didn't fly, but she drove up to places? Like, what are you doing that you need to get payment for? Or you need something, do you need to get paid for like travel and lodging? No, you're sitting at your computer. Like, you don't need cash apps. No
Wait, Karen, give me 1 second. Hold on. I'm so sorry. I was having a conversation with my daughter. It's a thing of honor.
Yeah, it's thing of honor.
All right. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah, she was
Your daughter is the Jeopardy queen.
yeah, her and now Lee Cole.
That's surprising because I would have thought your daughter was going to be the Jeopardy because she always kind of cleaned up all the
I love you
categories.
too. I'm sorry. Good night. Um, what did you say, Karen?
I said I'm surprised because I knew that your daughter is more of the Jeopardy queen. She was able to clear up all the categories.
Oh, yeah. Well, she is, but she didn't. I don't think she's played against Lee Cole yet. I think they had separate games. Like they were on
Sometimes,
they were on different times. So he won. He has 2 wins. She has 2 wins. MRE, I think, has 2 as well. Maybe it's a trivia. I don't know. And Kane Shades won the other night.
oh, nice. It's funny. I haven't really seen Kane Shade's show, and like I said, I don't.
Oh, you would love his show. It's
It's
so
funny.
it's
I've
the
seen
opposite of everybody
yours.
else's.
I've seen very few shows because I really just followed you from Twitter, and then like I said, just growing up in New York, just it was never something I was just fascinated with. So when I saw that you were on, I remember doing your sister had the reality show, um and I have a funny story. My mom's a real estate agent a while ago, and she had an agent who had listed your sister's house, and sometimes it's just not the right time to sell. And so my mom said, "Oh, she said, Victoria has a really beautiful house, and this agent, my mom knew the agent, he has that as a listing." And I thought, wow. I said, "Were there guards there?" And she said, "No, there are no guards there." I was like, "Was she
Yeah.
nice?" She goes, "No, she was nice." And I remember you saying that the same story kind of happened with a friend of yours. You said, "Come on over," and she goes, there guards there? You're like, what guards? Just come on over. There's
Yeah,
no
she was from the
guards there.
Bronx. She's from the Bronx, and she actually really thought that I had, like
Yeah,
guards,
like
guards at my
things
gate.
people don't know until they know.
Yeah,
And my mom thought it was so funny. She goes, "No, Karen, she was nice. She was there are no guards there, and the house
yeah.
is absolutely gorgeous." She's
That's what
like,
she said to me too. Something about guards at the gate. I said, guards at the gate. I don't even have a gate.
yeah, it was just so funny, and my mom was laughing at me. But it's just the things that you don't know. But I always thought, you were the sister. I remember that, you were more kind of like living your own life privately, and I kind of always thought it was wrong of uh, the guy in Pennsylvania to kind of pick. I'm like, she didn't get involved in that life. She didn't marry men in that life, not to my knowledge. She didn't do any of that, and she's kind of walked a straight line here. So, and her children have. Like, to what end are you doing this? If he, especially since he has such a
No,
fixation.
he knows. He knows damn well. He knows. He also knows that these things that he's saying aren't true. He knows that. He knows I was never about any of that. I never did drugs. He knows
No,
all of that. My kids weren't drug addicts. He did a
no,
show defending us. He knows all of this.
I know.
He's just he
Your
thinks,
daughter went to UCLA. Shame on her. She went to a good college, and
yeah, I
she's
know.
been working forever. And
She's a workaholic. My daughter is a workaholic. She was going to school and working and running her father's pizzeria. So
yeah,
sorry. And you know what? He knows all of that. He
yeah.
knows it all.
Well, I know that Lewis had people that he knew that were well known out
Yeah,
in
he has
California.
celebrity
And
friends because of the pizzeria in LA. He
yeah,
used to cater. That pizzeria would cater like Tom Cruise's movies and stuff.
yeah.
He had pictures. He was good friends with Jennifer Love Hewitt.
Oh, that's nice. She's
Very
very
close
nice.
with her. Yeah, he was very close with her.
Yeah, her
Um,
mother passed away from breast cancer, I believe. Jennifer Love Hewitt.
really?
Yeah, it happened a little while ago, but I think it was a big shock to her.
Yeah, I think Lewis's girlfriend at that time, he had a girlfriend, and I think from what I remember, I think Jennifer Love Hewitt even gave her a baby shower or something, like a
Oh,
small
that's
little
nice.
thing. Yeah, they were close with all these celebrities,
Yeah.
and like even they were friends with Kiefer Sutherland. I showed all the
Yes, you
pictures.
showed the picture.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I had to laugh. You had the funniest Instagram where you went over to Lewis sitting down. You said, Lewis, you said, "What do you think about John Ayla?" And he goes,
Oh,
"I
I
love
have that
him."
here. I
It
have it
was so
right
funny.
here. Wait, let me
Did you
show
see that?
everybody that.
It's
I
so
know,
funny.
right? That was so
He's
cool,
like, "I
Louis.
love him."
Oh,
Stop
look at
laughing.
him. I feel so bad. I miss him so much. You have no idea. Like I
He is with
really miss
Elvis.
him. Yeah, wait, let's watch Lewis. I have another one that we did. I gotta put that in here about Anthony Ruggiano.
Oh yes,
Another liar. Wait, let's
yes.
watch. Let's see Lewis. He be sleeping. Lewis.
Yeah.
John Elight said that he was at our wedding. Was he?
Really? Don't be ridiculous.
Lewis, did you like John Elight back in your day?
I loved him. He was a hell of a guy.
Seriously. Did you go? He said that you and him paid off a judge.
Yeah, Judge Judy.
All right, thank you, Lewis.
Alrighty.
Aw.
That was very funny. I thought that was the funniest one that I
Yeah,
saw
that's
with
so
Judge
cute.
Judy.
I know. I know. See?
But at
We,
least you know what, Angel, he did pass away in your house with people
yeah,
that obviously he
exactly.
was close to, and and he was really at home. He was, you know, he was from New York. He was at home, and he was in your home, and so that's sort of
Yeah.
it's hard, but it's at least he wasn't alone.
That's what his sister said to me. His sister said, if my brother had to die anywhere, I'm so happy it was with you.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think so. I
Ah,
feel.
sad.
I know. I feel bad for your daughter. I mean, I lost my father when I was a teenager, and it's hard. I know your daughter was older, but the first real big death, I know that, she lost your dad, but when it's a grandparent, it's a little bit different. But when it's your parent, that's like, the first big one, especially if you're on the younger side. And I still think, maybe being 30, you're still a bit on the younger side. You expect to lose your parents a little bit later. So
Yeah, no.
he seems
The
like she's doing
reason why
well.
that was so funny was because the reason why it was funny is because he couldn't stand daylight. He never liked daylight. He liked his brother Jimmy. He didn't like him. And why it was funny is because Daylight did actually say that in court or in 302s or something that
Is the only truth he ever
Lewis,
said.
yeah, he didn't leave anybody out of my family. He said he and Lewis, my father sent them to go pay a judge, to go give an envelope to a judge. So when Charlie Carnisi,
Yes. Your brother's attorney,
an
I
our
remember.
attorney, I mean my brother's attorney, asked him like, so how do you know you were bringing money to this judge? And he's like, oh, I could tell. Well, how much were you bringing him? Oh, it was probably about 5,000. What do you mean probably? Did you open the envelope? No. He says, well, how do you know there was 5,000 in the envelope? In other words, he said it was cash. They brought the judge 5,000 cash. Well, what was the judge's name? Oh, I don't know. Well, where was this? I don't remember. So you were bringing a judge $5,000 with Louis Albano, but you don't know where, like what borough it was in. Oh, is it somewhere in Long Island? Well, was it Nassau County, Suffolk County? Oh, I don't remember.
What a
Like you gotta
terrible.
be kidding me.
Yeah, he struck me as I had to laugh, Angel. He said, I'm a very educated man. I'm educated than more so than these other men. He dropped out of college. I'm not sure what he thinks. You can be book smart, you can be someone who's street smart, you can have both, but the things that he says when you listen to it just doesn't make sense. And I remember one interview he did, and I just thought how strange that he would say that. And I'm not surprised. I mean, the prosecution did yell at him. He was a prosecution witness. We're going to hit you with a perjury charge. So when I heard that, I was like, this may not be the kind of guy that anyone would want to really trust.
Yeah.
I mean,
I couldn't believe it. Like, and Lewis came to court that day. Well, Lewis came a lot to court when my brother was on trial, but he was there and he's looking, and even he couldn't believe it. Like, is he kidding me? It never went anywhere with him.
That's very funny. I know it was silly, but it's so funny how Lewis was like Judge Judy. And I
Oh, yeah,
remember seeing, I could not stop laughing.
I know. And he said, yeah, Judge Judy. I was cracking up. I never expected that to come out. You know what I mean? You don't expect that to come out.
No, but it sounded like he was a very funny guy. And so, he just it was just a good one liner, but I always thought that was deliciously funny, that clip. So
Tony Ubats, how are you, Tony? He said he used the restroom at a college once. Now he clicks highest education, some college.
that's right. I mean, it was just silly what he said. He's like, I'm more educated. I'm like, well, hold up here. Like, I don't know what college you had gone to. You dropped out. You got into trouble. I mean, I'm like, you're not a rocket scientist. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. It was very interesting how they see things one way. Him, Sammy, they try to twist things, but
It's not just him and Gravano. It's a
it's
lot
more.
of them on here. A lot.
Oh,
And
of
Peter,
course.
thank you, but he was my ex-husband. He was just my we were just really good friends. Well, we were really close, but
And he gave you that T-shirt that said "Friends" right before he
yeah,
passed.
he gave me a sweatshirt. That's right. My sweat.
Oh,
If I would have just, it was almost like I
he
got such
knew.
like he knew, yeah, something like he knew that card and that sweatshirt. And I remember when I read that card, like I opened the card in front of him and I read it, and I like, like when you hit somebody's arm, I was like,
Yeah.
what's wrong with you? Because I got a bad feeling.
Yeah. You
Like
know what?
Lewis, and I hit his arm, like why'd you do this? And
I know. And I always lean on my gut feelings, even if it's hard to explain to people.
yeah,
But yeah, and maybe because he had the stents and he couldn't see his doctors, and it was, remember, everyone, we were locked down, we were really locked down. That's, you couldn't move out of your apartment or your house for 2 weeks, and then when you did, you were told, at least in California, you can't go to stores unless you're an essential worker. Order stuff from Amazon, you can only go at certain times. And so people were more housebound, and people who had heart conditions couldn't really get out. Maybe they couldn't work out as much. Gyms were closed down. So maybe that might have been a little bit of a concern of his too. And maybe he just thought, this is a pandemic, people are dying. He did have, uh, it sounded like some underlying conditions. So maybe
yeah,
he thought it's time to get home to see the family, but it's nice that he did.
yeah. And my
That's
daughter
nice
kept
that-
saying, it's so weird because my daughter kept saying, Mom, I feel like I don't have a long time with him. And I was like, oh, cut it out. Stop talking
Oh,
like that.
wow. People
But my
know.
daughter said it. She said it. I just feel like I don't have long with him. And he
I
wasn't like, he didn't have cancer or anything like that. So I kept telling her,
know.
stop talking like that.
No, it's funny. It's people know. It's just a vibe you pick up on. It's hard
Yeah.
to explain. And so she knew, but it was a very pretty, you had a keychain made for her with her dad on it.
Oh, that was really nice, right?
That was
Yeah,
a very pretty
that's right.
keychain.
Oh, I have to show everybody that. I got to put that video in here.
That was a pretty
These
keychain.
things, yeah, I have to show everyone. That was like a 3D. 3D was
Oh,
of my favorite picture of my daughter and him
yeah,
together.
that's cute as they're
I
turning
love that
around.
picture. Yeah, they're both turning around. I love it. Really,
Uh,
really love it.
How is your mom doing, Angel?
She's okay. Thank you for asking. She's fine. My mom is fine. Thank God. She's fine.
Oh, good,
Yeah,
good.
she's
Well,
good.
that's always good to hear, especially since I think she's 80 or so, and so that's fantastic. Or actually, lots of women don't want to say their age. We'll say she's young. She's 25. She's a very young mother.
She never tells us her age. I don't even know how old she is, to be honest. Well, I could kind of figure it out, but she will never admit it, so I don't even bother asking.
That's
Like we
Listen.
don't even ask.
My mother won't even admit her middle name.
Ah!
I don't even know what that's about, and it's fine, but she just doesn't want
Oh,
to say
that's
it.
funny. She won't
Um,
admit her middle name. That's funny.
Not admit it, and I'm like, Mom, we all know, but she just prefers not to admit. I'm like,
That
it's not a.
is
The name
funny.
is nice. It's
Yeah,
fine. It's not anything crazy. I don't know why she won't. But that to me is, it's just funny.
yeah,
Yeah,
that
people
is.
have their quirks.
So let me ask you this. So Karen,
Yeah.
so from Instagram, you not Instagram. So from Twitter, you came here with me, right?
Yes.
Okay. So did Jesse Roth. And so a few did. That bag of donuts guy did also. And
Yeah.
that other one, Brooklyn Rob, did also. So you came here, and did you when you came here, did you did you watch Fat Bully then?
No, I
Oh,
only
you
watched
didn't.
you. And then when I heard from you to check him out, and I checked him out, and then I didn't like the Cash Apps. And I was speaking either in his chat or yours with someone who was a sub saying, I don't understand why he's getting Cash Apps. Like, I don't like this. So I didn't watch him. And then I always would watch YouTube, where I admit I have guilty pleasure. I always will watch like crime content, but it's usually like missing cases, unsolved cases,
Yeah.
things like that. Just things where you would see on like 2020 or like prime time, or
Right.
things like that, or interviews. I love any kind of interviews or kind of documentaries. Those are the things that I watch. And so I only watched you, and that's why I hadn't gone over to Cane Shades or anyone else. I think I saw like two of these shows and that was it. And I wasn't really into it. But I saw FBS for a couple of times, and he wasn't bad then, but then the cash apps I kind of soured on, and I just didn't, you change how you look at somebody. I thought, well, this isn't for me. But then I didn't see the rest of it until you started to talk about it recently. And I didn't go back. And then I looked, and then I saw the Guy in Florida show maybe twice, but I couldn't watch it all the way through. It was just, I didn't find the
Oh, I
content was
couldn't.
there.
Yeah. I only watched
Couldn't watch it. I didn't find the content was there. I just didn't find it to be, um, I didn't find it to be as funny. I didn't
uh
find it to be as interesting. I didn't find that there was much content.
yeah,
I
I watched him one time. One time. Um I think I watched like a little bit and then I shut it off, but then I happened to be watching the day that the thing that happened with him and MRE, and all of a sudden he started like jumping up and down and grabbing his crotch, and I was like, what the hell is wrong with that? And I never watched him
Yeah.
again. Never put it on again. I was like,
And I never really knew.
everybody stay away from, there's something fishy over there.
Yeah,
Stay away from them. People suddenly were getting doxxed. They were threatening to dox people. And I
I
said,
never really knew the
we're all going to
whole
be
story, and
sorry.
I never knew the whole story on Emery, but what they were showing didn't prove to me that that was him. And so I was like,
Listen,
you're not
I
showing me
believe
it.
me,
If I'm
believe
wrong, I'm wrong, but
me.
I just didn't see the level of proof.
Yeah, believe me when I tell you, there's not a racist bone in his body. This is
I
all
believe he said he
bull.
has family members who are not white in his family.
Exactly, exactly. So I don't care what any of them say. I don't care.
Yeah, I mean, and
No, I'm
you
on
know,
his present Facebook, the one he's had for the past 4 years. There's none of that on there.
yeah, I kind of wondered where those accounts were coming from, and I was like, I don't know that those are his. I'm like, I can't see, and
But
that's what I didn't like.
even Convict Inc. said it. MRE is a master troll. He's a I don't know the word to use. He's a bowl breaker. So if he posted something and somebody like goes back at him and says, "Oh, that's the," but he'll post more and he'll do things just to aggravate you. Do you know,
Yeah,
what I'm saying? Like to
yeah,
you, you know what I mean. So that's
yes,
what he was doing. He was like um real white supremacists don't like that tattoo that he has because it paints their idol there in a negative light. It has bombs going at him and he's a skeleton.
yeah. I never saw any tattoos that looked. No, maybe I'm wrong, but I just didn't see that they looked like white supremacy symbols. I saw it wasn't the guy in Pennsylvania, but somebody else had said, "Look at his tattoos and look at these symbols," and they didn't match. That's what I
Exactly.
saw.
So,
Maybe
and then they
my
were
eyes are
saying,
wrong, but
yeah, and then right on, and then he's got Patton there. Excuse me. Then they were saying, oh, he's got tattoos on his neck. He's hiding his neck. He absolutely does not have any
no, he
tattoos on his
didn't.
neck. None whatsoever.
He didn't. Yeah, he didn't.
He
And
showed me all his tattoos. He showed me everything. He showed my best friend and I everything.
yeah, and I haven't been in. I think maybe I've caught maybe one or two of his shows. I remember the first time I went in, there were these trolls that flew out from me saying, "You're from Angel's Chat." And I was like, oh my God, that show your face. I'm like, I'm not showing my face. I got out of there. I was like, no, but I had gone in two times after and I didn't see anything. It was fine, but I never found your chat to be antagonistic. The people in it weren't. The people would say hi to each other the minute they
Yeah,
got in. Then it'd
everybody
be like,
says
good
hi.
night, good night, you know?
Exactly. Everybody likes each other here. There's no you get a few idiots here and there, but nobody attacks, you
No,
know, I don't know. You said it. I've never came on here and said I could have easily just said, yeah, you know what? FBS is getting high and I saw him taking pills or I saw him or I heard. I've never done that to him.
no. Well, he's also admitted that he did it. He was
Well, yeah, but I've never done it.
no, of course. I
I
know,
could easily lie and make up a whole bunch of things about him, or
but you
I
didn't
could
do it.
actually come out here and tell the truth. But I still never done that.
I
If I
know. Well,
told
that's
the
because you're not that
truth,
kind of person.
no,
Yeah.
exactly. And I know a lot of things, but I keep it to myself. I don't come out here and tell anybody that.
No, and the funny thing is that things that he sometimes gives up some things about himself
Yeah.
and about his wife, saying that I mean, I don't even want to go into it, but he read a text that was sent to him, and someone had said something about his wife, and he gave it all up, saying that she was a gambler and he didn't really like her sitting next to him on the show. And I'm like, you know, you brought that up. It was a private text. I think it was between you and him. And I don't know that you ever said that, but he said that you did. But I'm like, but you brought that up. Now you brought that up about your wife, and I'm sure she's real thrilled that you did that.
I
I'm
said,
like,
how would you like if I said that?
yeah.
And
And
he
so
came out here and he came out and he confessed. So hey,
I know it's like,
I
well, you
didn't
never
do
know.
it. I said it in private in a record on his message machine, whatever it was. I left him a message. And how would you like if I tell everybody the truth about you? And
Yeah,
blah 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 blah. So I didn't. That was private. He went and made it public. Like you're a moron. You just confessed
yeah.
and made yourself public.
I know. Yeah, I don't know why he
Something a
decided to.
private thing. You made it public. So you outed yourself.
He did, and he's done it before. And I remember he said something like, "Well, I only did one home invasion." I'm like, "You're not supposed to do any." And he's like, "And all I did was go in and beat up my drug dealer across the head with." I'm like, "This is not good." I'm like, "Why would you ever want to admit to? I mean, what in the world?" Yeah, he doesn't really think about certain things, and he just comes out, and this show isn't going to last forever. It just doesn't. And if you have something where you're getting antagonistic towards people, or you start attacking people who are just, they don't have their shows, they either just, or commenting or posting, you're going to start losing viewership. This is not a big enough platform where anyone will care. Not so much YouTube, but I mean this category. This isn't broadcast all over the US. It's a minor blip. But my God, if anything did hit the papers, whoa, everything he has said will come right up, and he will be hiding right under it. You cannot get you cannot walk around thinking that if you say the things that he did, that it's not going to come back to you. And he has a daughter, and he's saying women are, you're the most evil. I'm like, watch it, because there's going to be some man who dates your daughter who goes, this is what your father thinks.
Yeah,
I'll treat you that
exactly.
way. You're that
Exactly.
evil. And she may
How would
not be
he
an
like
evil
that?
girl at all. I've not heard anything bad about her. She sure she's not an evil girl at all. I think she's an adult now. Uh, Imagine having your own daughter subjected to that. You can't do that.
Exactly. But listen, to, all Marla said to him that day, or she didn't even say it to him, she said it on here, was, like, does your daughter know what you do on here? Do your kids
Yeah.
actually know? Like, all right, so you had only one kid. Does your daughter know what you do on here? Maybe somebody should go and tell her. That's what she said. And then
Yeah.
right away it turned into that she threatened his daughter. She was gonna go there. Oh, come on. That's not what she said, for God's sake.
I
I mean,
know.
just ridiculous.
I know. And it's things have been twisted, and that's where he gets people on, like when he was speaking with BK, he got him on the semantics. Oh, I didn't say that exactly. Okay, well, you know what? They're all timestamps. You can go back through certain videos, get everything that you said exactly, and throw it out and say, this was the context. Do you want to see the whole video? But he got 4 men to try to attack BK, and he did it. I had to laugh. One man was on, and he had said something like, you don't know what you're talking about. You think that living in New York is more expensive than living in Pennsylvania. Well, yeah, it is. It's Manhattan real estate is not flying down. Crime's gone up, but Manhattan real estate, you're not going to see a slash in half the prices. My mom's a real estate agent. I know that. The standard of living is higher in New York. You get paid more. I'm not saying it's bad if you live in Pennsylvania, but I'm seeing comments going, the house is worth 222,000. I'm like, honey, that's not a lot of money for a house. Like, you can't get much. Could Angel, am I a liar? Can you get that much on Long Island for a house?
No, and that's a lie anyway, but it's a
Yeah.
total lie.
Yeah.
But
But they were trying to say to him, this one man said, I'm being forced to take in homeless people. I'm like, that's always been done in New York. You also get some sort of I believe, a tax break for that. That's something that also started with de Blasio, too. You have a building, take in a certain amount of people low income, and you might get, a tax break. But Manhattan's not crumbling. And there are places outside of Manhattan, New York City, all the boroughs. You look at Brooklyn and Queens, and if you think that every single area there is cheap, that's not true. Some areas, not so good, sure. But Manhattan as a whole, those prices aren't coming down. They're prices that are not coming down, and Manhattan will always hold its value. Places in Brooklyn will always hold its value. Places in Queens, houses in Forest Hills aren't flying down in Queens.
yeah,
Houses in Park Slope and Williamsburg, Brooklyn, those condos, they're not flying down. Brownstones, you're not going to get them for cheap either. Those things run into the millions. It's kind of disturbing how much they go for. But this man was twisting it, and I felt like saying, "Wow, it's all about the spin game." But I do give BK credit for going on, and he had to fight off like 3 or 4 people, and it was all because the guy from Pennsylvania couldn't stand by himself. He didn't want to. He wanted to have backup.
yeah. Well,
But yet they'll bring Josie on there, and she has to stand far taller than any of those guys. That's why I don't
let
go on their shows.
and he also said that that I which didn't even make any sense considering I did the whole show that night with BK Shallon. BK played Jeopardy with us. I praised BK. I told him I completely understood, and I thought it was very good that he and this jerk you know called some kind of a truce, whatever it is that they did, and but yet he still accused me of watch. She's gonna toss him to the side. Where the hell
No.
am I gonna? Why am I gonna toss him to the side and then accusing me of using him? What the hell do I need to use BK for?
Yeah, he's not a predatory person, and he's not somebody who is from that side, and you can see that. And he's even said, "Yeah, I've gotten in some arguments on YouTube." Well, this kind of
Yeah,
platform seems to have done that, but um, yeah, I also didn't like, as I
I
said
talked
before,
him down. How many times did I tell him, BK, please stay away from these people. You're gonna
what
get in
they
trouble. They're gonna get you. They're gonna have you arrested.
what they don't understand is that they're by trying to do this to other people. What they don't understand is that it can come back to them. There are ways to harass people where cops
Yeah,
don't do anything. They're going to say, "Well, they didn't touch you." They can, stand in front of your house for as long as they want. They can do they don't realize that you may not notice some of the people that may be following or bothering you. That's why I think it's so dangerous, and they're not really taking stock of the fact that You don't know who's watching, and you don't know what reasons that they'll go out and do things to exact revenge. So, yeah, BK shouldn't go anywhere, but
Exactly.
but I think when I look at the guy in Pennsylvania, and that's all I'll call him, is that he has an enormous amount of wrenches in there. He's terrified of having somebody disagree with him. But there
It's
was somebody that
very
made him disagree.
strange. The whole thing. You're accusing me of doing, I don't know, sending BK after you. Are you out of your mind? Like,
I
first
think he
of
might
all,
be a little out of his mind.
I spent 3 shows trying to talk the kid down. Like, please don't do this. Think about your mom. Think about
Yeah,
this. You know what I mean? And then all of a sudden, I'm the reason. Oh, please. He really is. He's so full of crap. That's what he is. He's so full of it because he knows. First of all, he knows the way that I am. Second, I would never tell BK, listen, you got to go fight that jerk for me. Get the hell out of here.
of course not. Well, I don't think that you would ever be foolish enough to do that. I think you go through legal means. I don't think that you would ever.
Exactly.
You're not going to
Listen,
do that.
BK Allen,
Why would you do that?
I would never. I
But
would
he
never.
no,
Like I
but
never
he has
had
a tough.
anybody beat up. Just like I never had anybody beat up and chased from Howard Beach. Give me a break. I challenged him and I said, give me the name. Say one name of this person one person that I ever had chased or beaten up in Howard Beach.
Yeah, that's so silly.
Yeah.
That's so silly. And I don't know. He likes to say that he has all these people in Howard Beach that he knows. I feel like saying no. You
Oh, he doesn't
probably
know
have
anybody in Howard Beach. He knows the
no.
defendant, that's it. And then
You
you know that
probably
idiot from Ozone Park. They don't live in Howard Beach. And nobody knows me. He doesn't know anybody that knows me. He knows
no.
the defendant and he knows some jerk from Ozone Park.
And also, he probably just knows people that are, just subs who are saying, "Hey, I know this, I know that," and you don't know. He doesn't know. I mean, this is somebody who it's questionable how long he even lived in New York, and he swore he lived there for a long time, but yet it seems to be that he has spent more time in Pennsylvania. I think he knows more about the Amish, though. I really do, than anything else. That's his posse. That's who. These are the goons that he's going to have to rely on, because I tell you what, the guy in Florida isn't going to help him. When he gets in trouble, these guys are going to wait and they're going to take his subs. They're going to wait till he gets booed off, because it's the more outrageous he is, sure they'll egg him on, but they're not the ones that are saying everything that he's saying.
Exactly.
He doesn't see that.
Exactly. Like if you're gonna tell people, oh, she's a brat, she was this, she was that, she had people beat up and chased from
Don't
Howard
think
Beach.
so.
At least name somebody. Name the person that I supposedly had beat up. Oh, lots of people. Name one. Just name
What
one.
do
Give one name of somebody who I had chased and beat up.
I kind of don't think, with all the things that you described when you were a teenager, the
Never. And
mother
he knows
the
it.
mother being killed in front of you, the friend's mother,
Yeah.
and then your brother, and then your friend, I don't think you probably would have embraced any kind of violence. I think that's enough to make somebody scared and
Yeah.
just wanting to turn the other way, and not, I mean, that to me is just doesn't make any sense. It's just all these baseless claims just to get people to kind of listen in, and just to kind of create a bigger story, and there's not a story there, Angel. He's come up with some stories.
Yeah.
There's not a story there. And there's not going to be a story anymore. It's like Groundhog's Day. It's the same thing every day. It's the same thing every day. He's going to run out of content. And the only thing he's going to do is try to accuse you of something else, and then just don't take the bait.
Yeah, I know.
Don't take the bait.
I
He's
really
gonna
am so done with all of this.
No, you know what? Run your show the
Yeah,
way
I'm
you're gonna
still
run your
going to
show.
defend myself, and I don't care who,
Sure.
you go, she gives me content. No, I'm defending myself against a liar, just like I've
Well,
always done. I've
all
always
you
defended
do,
myself against liars.
all you do is run that clip after you have your opening scene with your dad, that whole montage of your dad and your brother, then run all of his clips based on what he said, and then you start your show. And you know what? You defended yourself right there.
I always, that's what I said the other day that I'm going to do from now on. And I mean it. That's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to show clips of him and his own words.
Yeah. I think that's the best thing. And I always thought it was when I had said it. I'm like, just run it right after that. So it's
Yeah.
fresh in everyone's mind right when the show starts.
Yeah, exactly.
So those are his words. That's the context. Can't imagine saying that about anybody. Just because people know better now. I mean, has he realized that, the Civil War is over? This racism is stupid.
Yeah.
And of course, whatever it is, he's terrified of black women, obviously.
Or he
But
hates them.
he hates them. But there's
Hates
a
them.
fear. There's a fear there. There's an anger. I'm like, so you're scared of all women? Well, you're a wimp. But I do think that maybe some women could take him on. He's not in the best of health. he's,
I don't understand either.
not he's not thinking this through. It's just a lot of anger that's coming out
Could
of
you
nowhere.
imagine? How do you say there's a problem with women in this country, especially black women? How the hell do you say something like that? And then you're
It's so
sitting there
stupid.
denying you ever said anything. It's crazy.
Well, there was one of your subs who I really like, Fin Freak, and he had called Pennsylvania guy on going against what he felt were rats, because he had said, Pennsylvania boy said, "Oh, I hate rats, I hate rats." And then all of a sudden he was fine with them. And Finn Freak got on there and he debated him. And he said, you're not talking about the general public. You're talking about one specific group of people where these people are known to lie to get, lesser sentences, and they're not always telling the truth. And so the ones that we know that aren't telling the truth, why are you somehow you don't have a problem with it? He goes, don't you think you're hypocritical? And he got him and he cornered him and it was great. And he just wasn't ready for it. So, he at least stepped up there and said, all right, fine, I'll talk to you. So I thought that was good. I always like that. When I see Fin Freak, I try to say hi when I can. But he's one of your subs.
No, Root Irish. She is not African American. No.
No, me? No, I
Not
am.
you. Not you.
I was like,
FBS is X. No, she's not African American.
oh, Stephanie?
Yeah.
Her name is?
Mm-hmm.
The one that I believe he still is very fond of.
Well,
that's what has been said. I don't know. Have no idea.
I don't know. I don't care. I really don't care.
No, but it'll.
All I say is, if you're going to say anything, post the proof. Post the proof, and that's it. Post the proof of where I did all these things, and then post the proof of where I said that where I allegedly put your stepson's life in danger, but yet you're sitting there making jokes, lighting cigarettes, laughing, and then asking for money.
Yeah. He's always I just couldn't believe he had the gall to go on vacation. And he said, I've been staying at a place that's $400 a night. I'm like, well, maybe there was a room there that was $400 a night. If you were staying in there, it was some cash apps that got you there, but I'm not so sure you were. But he just went down there and enjoyed himself, and I'm thinking, how strange. You're talking about how you don't have a need for anything or want for anything, but you're getting cash up $6,000. I'm like, maybe Uncle Sam wants to know. Maybe you might get audited for that, because you will.
Yeah.
I mean, they'll want to know. And yes, he has proof of it coming in, but he better claim it all.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Exactly. Okay, Lee Cole, I will check it out when we're done here.
All right. Well, why don't I leave and I'll let you chit chat with some other people. But thank you for having me on.
No, thank you so much for coming on. This was great. I really, really enjoyed having you on.
Oh, thank you. I enjoyed being on. I'm always chit chatting in your chat, but I thought it'd be nice to just pop on and just say how I felt because I felt strongly about it, and I just thought, you know, I've seen enough things. Somebody has to say something. It's just not right, whether it's done to you or somebody else. It's just a part of a larger issue.
No, I appreciate it. And Krumel says you two women really know how to keep an audience. Yeah, I'll
Uh,
tell you,
hi, Cromwell.
he makes fun of me, but yet, not for nothing, he makes fun of my views, but um, you really shouldn't. He really shouldn't make fun of my views because a lot of times I beat him in views, and not for nothing, we're on. It is over 4 hours, and we still have 112 people in here.
Yeah. Well, that's because you run a different show. You
Exactly. So I don't think that he should be making fun of anyone, and he shouldn't be making fun of me either.
no, but you got to tell more funny stories about your family. I always found those deliciously funny.
Yeah, I will. I will. I just, you know what it is? It's like I wish I could put like all of us in a bubble and not let the
You
degenerates in.
you
You know what I mean? Like
you
I feel
could
like you don't deserve to hear anything.
you could have your show on, I think, on
Yeah,
private.
I know I could.
Why don't you do that? Just put the show on
Yeah,
private, and then you can talk to all the people that you want. I mean, because you're obviously
yeah,
not for views and subs, and why don't you just put your shows on private so the people that are allowed in are allowed in.
yeah.
Don't have to deal with any trolls or any report. Then all of a sudden, it's nobody will get visibility into it. You'll have a
Hmm.
safe space. I would I would do that. I would do that immediately. So you can talk as freely as you want because you don't
Yeah,
have any.
not a bad idea. Not a
All right.
bad idea.
Were you going to boot me out? You only boot the ones that you love.
I only boot the ones that I love, but I want to thank you so much. Please come back again anytime. I'm just going to say, Karen, come on.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Angel.
No, thank you so much. Seriously, thank you. If I was in front of you, I'd hug you.
Oh, thank you. Well, me too. I enjoyed
Yeah,
this.
yeah. And then after I hug you, I would boot you. Bye, Karen. Thank you. Give a hoot and then give Karen a boot. That was funny. Thank you, Tony Ubats. Give a hoot and give Karen a boot. Karen is a sweetheart. Yeah, Karen's back. Thank you, Steve. Uh, I think we're good to go now. 4.5 hours is good. Karen is a sweetheart. Ray Whitaker, Angel, my family loves you. We have a family portrait of yours on our bedroom wall. Are you kidding? Are you serious? You're playing, right? Uh, Karen. Uh, Memberships. That's what it is. I couldn't think of it, Cantaloupe Jones. Thank you. This was a good, yeah. I really enjoyed this show. I didn't want to go in this direction. I had a totally different thing planned. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow or the next day. Well, tomorrow, I don't know about tomorrow, but um I had a totally different idea of where, I mean, a whole different show. I was going in a totally different direction. And then then I heard what I heard, and then I just said, you know what, I'm gonna play Josie's video, and and talk about some things. But listen, everybody, thank you so much. Really, I appreciate it. Please hit that like button. Hi, Ronnie Franco. Ray, oh, you are serious, Ray? Made with finger paints. Hi, cousin Paulie. I thought it was too, Cramel. I really did. I thought it was a great conversation. I loved listening to Karen and Josie. I really did. And then I loved listening to our conversation, her and I. Yeah, these late night chats are always great. Everyone has a great night. Daboot! That's right. All right, I'm going to go now. Thank you, Gianni Russo. Great show as usual. Oh, as always. Yeah, I'm starting to see things. All right, everybody. Thank you all so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. A million thank yous. Thank you.